And we are live December 28th, 2021 at the time of this recording. I am your host, the SMT, Sneed Mobile Tech. I have with me two well-respected and well-known guests here on the show. We have Tyrone from Tech Life here, and we also have Moose. Welcome to the show, gents. Thanks for being on today.
Terrible day. What a terrible day.
Yeah, I will say that under these circumstances, it's not the best of situation, but we're glad to have you both. The terms of which we're having this podcast and this discussion, it doesn't shine a good light on the company. T-Mobile has a very infamous track record of security and data breach issues. It's no surprise. Moose, when you first heard about the news, what was your instant reaction? How did you take it in once you saw the headline or you watched a video? Maybe you saw Tyrone's video or myself. What was your take on it?
How many more until we're, surprised? I mean, it's when Tyrone called me this morning because I was focused on other things this morning. He reminded me that it's been 6 data breaches within 6 months. Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, here we are rounding out the end of the year, and we are just 6 months removed from the last one, which was massive, of huge scale. And, after that last one, T-Mobile leadership came out and spoke to it and said, we're going to do more. We're going to work on these issues. We're going to take, your security and information more seriously and all of that. So I think when I first saw it, and then Tyrone, I'm gonna ask that you kind of give your take. When I first saw the report, it was from the tmobilereport.com. They showed the internal documents on there. They're embedded into the page. And the thing that I found most shocking was there didn't seem to be a prevention in place that really had changed since the last one. For a breach to happen within such close proximity of the last, it makes you question whether or not they did anything in the meantime, right? So if it's been 6 months, what modification, what changes, what new features have you added to your security layers that are in place if this is happening again? And that goes without even discussing the scale of the issue, just the fact that there was one so close to the last. So that was my instant reaction. Is we have been sold that they were going to repair, fix, and improve. Clearly they haven't done that. So Tyrone, what was your instant reaction? And then maybe share with us how you found out, because your situation is a little different.
Yeah, so I got the alert at about 2 a.m. my time, which is Mountain Standard, that this breach took place and that the report was going to come out. And I was one eye open, one eye closed. I was asleep, and again, I couldn't believe it. But now it's kind of it's getting normal. The first one, you kind of get shocked. The second one, you're mad about it. But now it just feels normal now that this is going to happen, maybe once a quarter, twice a year.
Wow.
And when is there going to be a fix? It's just, you could put me in the fastest car in the world. If it has no seatbelts or airbags, I'm not getting in it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's
no
a slew of
security
analogies. Yeah, we can make a ton of analogies like that, Tyrone, right?
So,
I mean, if there's no security,
T-Mobile,
why
right?
T-Mobile?
Tyrone made a good point. I know Sneed has been saying this. T-Mobile has been getting supposedly all these data breaches, but yet Verizon has yet to get one. So it's not a target,
we don't really see the other carriers dealing with it much at all. There was the one claimed one at AT&T, but we didn't see anything of it, and they denied it, and they had their customers' information protected the last we checked. So it's hard to even put any credence to that one. But really, it's been T-Mobile in the news for this issue. I want to read you guys the press release. I think that's fair to do. For those of you just coming in, we've got 25 in the live. Welcome to the show. Please do like this live stream and share it to your friends and family, anyone that you suspect could be impacted by this data breach. So here's the press release from media outlets. All right, this one from 9 to 5 Mac. T-Mobile reportedly suffers another smaller data breach. They made sure to put that in there. Okay, so this says earlier this year, T-Mobile suffered a massive data breach that saw data from 50 million customers and former customers stolen. Now a new report says T-Mobile has suffered another data breach, though this time on a significantly smaller scale. Internal documentation show that T-Mobile suffered from an unauthorized activity on customer accounts. The activity was either the viewing of customer proprietary network information, an active SIM swap by a malicious actor, or both, the report says. The third category is customers could have had both of their private CPNI viewed as well as their SIM cards swapped. This would mean that those customers lost their number and it was removed from their device. T-Mobile has yet to publicly address the potential breach. It's also unclear just how widespread the breach is. It certainly seems to be far smaller than the previous data breach that the company disclosed in August. The August breach was massive in scale, and it involved more private and personal information, including social security numbers and driver's license details. Tyrone, does that cover everything, or is there more to this?
Yeah, I just want to add on, when they say small data breach, even 3, 4, 5% of the base, that's still millions of customers, just to put that in perspective.
Yeah. This is a company that has anywhere between 60 million accounts and 65 million accounts. Yep. And they've got 106 million subscribers at the very least, I think.
Yep.
So if we're operating on a 5% effect rate, we're talking about 5 or 6 million people. Big shout out to Gene. Thank you for that super chat. Welcome to the show, and glad to have you here for the afternoon edition of the podcast. Wow. Some other things that I kind of found interesting is they have yet to comment on this. Now that the media is running with it, you guys think we'll hear something from Eugene? Tyrone, you can kind of start, and then Moose, give your piece.
Yeah, I think they have to get ahead of this because more publications are picking this up. Now, of course, we haven't seen it from CNN or NBC. I don't know if it'll gain that kind of traction, but I think, Android Police, 9 to 5 Mac, I think those are big enough. And then CNET also picked up on it. I would hope that T-Mobile considers those platforms big enough for them to get ahead on this, but they may not address it at all. They may not want to speak publicly on this.
Moose?
Everybody's on vacation this week. Keep that in mind too. So, and when I say everybody's on vacation, the people that are actually going to be working the PR like disaster front, they're the ones that are on vacation. So there might be a mass scramble right now behind the scenes. First of all, I can almost guarantee you that Neville Ray, as the president of technology for T-Mobile, one of his subordinates is probably going to be getting yelled at, or if already yelled at, or who knows, maybe even fired, because this is absolutely unacceptable. After the massive press release that they were going to be spending millions of dollars with, security firms and all this other nonsense, then to come out again that you got hacked somehow, some way, customers' information was able to be exposed outside of normal parameters. It's out of control.
Moose, how do you think this played out internally? The fact that we got a T-Mobile news report, T-Mobile report, right? The website. Clearly, this was under wraps for a while, like at least several days. One could venture that this may have been weeks in the making, because myself, as well as Tyrone, I think he did a video on this as well. They had just put in new parameters for device and SIM changes. Mm-hmm. This happens, right? This comes out. How do you think it played out internally? Just kind of speculative on your part. You're pretty sensitive to these types of things. You know how the industry works. How do you think it played out?
I think that there was a internal meeting a long time ago, right, where they were like, "Hey, we have clearly an issue. Who can we get help from?" That was the original 50+ million. Remember that one in August, right? And then they got consulting firms on the horn, right, on multiple conference calls. And then they were able to assist right then and there. The PR was good, the damage control. However, what I believe is happening now is that there's still flaws to their security that they still don't even know about. Maybe it's through the Sprint side that they did not even care for, that we don't even know about. Because remember, they are technically T-Mobile customers, branded Sprint, but still T-Mobile customers.
Sure.
Maybe it's through Sprint. I highly doubt it, because Sprint never had data breaches before T-Mobile. Keep this in mind too.
I don't remember really reporting much of that. That's true.
Right. So I have a feeling that we're going to see a couple things come out very quickly. We're going to see that T-Mobile is going to come out with a press release if this gets enough traction. And two, I don't even think that they can figure out how this happened. So the conspiracy that some people are saying that this is an internal job that they're figuring out, like a disgruntled employee that's upset. I don't want to believe it's that, that are like just sharing to the hackers, oh yeah, do it like this and boom, you can get the information. I don't think it's that. I honestly think that like you were mentioning earlier, hackers are doing the path of least resistance. And right now it seems like T-Mobile is the easiest to get information out of.
Wow. Big shout out to MT Houston, Texas. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Good to have you. Good afternoon to you, sir. And thanks for the support. And we're very appreciative of that. Technoid says, fans of T-Mobile will continue to make excuses for these things, and it's never going to change. All right, Tyrone, your opportunity to kind of chime in. How do you think this played out internally, and then how it got to, you and then us here with the coverage on the stories?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think it's been internally within the company for several weeks. Like, they've known about this. And like with everything, you want to keep that under wraps. Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal to them, so they didn't want it to get out, but it kind of leaked out. And that's maybe how the reports started coming out. But I mean, internally, Neville Ray is in charge of the IT. So it's tough to keep having to come out and report breaches. And for some that say it's not a big deal, or, you say I don't care, or, I mean, you might as well put your information on Facebook if you're going to speak like that.
Just put up your driver's license with all of your personal information, including your SS, right?
Correct. That's pretty much what this is heading towards. If we keep having breaches of this frequent from T-Mobile, you might as well do that and not switch. Just stay with T-Mobile.
We have a poll that's up right now, Tyrone and Moose. Will the data breaches at T-Mobile ever be under control? For those of you that are in the live chat, go ahead and engage in that voting process. Cast your vote, your choice. Yes, they will get the data breaches under control. No, they will not. And, interesting to see the percentages here. It's up. We'll go ahead and end the poll in 60 seconds. And then I actually want to do a second poll, and then we can kind of speak to that and have a little discourse on it. Another thing to consider here is, in this type of a breach where it's like SIM swapping, it's not going to be a situation where, for example, like the personal information, the personal identifiers, some of that is probably not at risk here, but it obviously can be. So this is why I mentioned, and Tyrone, you're right about the scale of the problem. Anybody who says I don't care or this isn't that bad, that could only come from somebody who's been unaffected. That could never come from someone who has been compromised. I think that's a lack of objectivity. That's a lack of compassion for those that would be affected by this. And unfortunately, if I was going to venture a guess, T-Mobile executives, their PR, they're probably going to try to avoid acknowledging that this thing exists. I think this one is small enough. I think they're going to try their best to suppress this and even feel compelled to offer any type of response. I really do think they're going to try to avoid it at all costs. The other one, they simply could not. The 50 plus million affected customers was just simply too big to be overlooked. But I don't know. You guys think I'm off base with this, or do you guys think that T-Mobile is more likely to avoid this at all costs for the PR sake?
Yeah, I think from a PR standpoint, they don't want to address this publicly at all. I think from what I understand is the customers affected have already received letters that their accounts have been affected, and the fact that those have already went out just adds more to the confidence that this has been found out weeks ago. If in fact these customers have already received letters that they've been affected by this breach.
Does timing matter here, Tyrone? We know that AT&T is going to be reporting Q4 earnings January 24th, I believe. Verizon is usually within a day or two of that. I'm not sure if they're the 21st, 22nd, or 25th. I'm not sure. Usually we get T-Mobile in February for Q4,
Yep.
right? Like February 12th or 10th or something like that. Do you think that they tried to get out in front of this now to avoid having to deal with anything during their earnings report call? Because they frequently do try to only accept questions and respond to questions that they feel favors them in their narrative. This would be something they would avoid, and they probably thought, well, let's do this now and keep it away from being closer to the earnings report.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, Sneed, because if this happened that long ago, they could have already gotten out ahead of it then, but now they waited until now, the last couple of days of the year, to maybe, like you said, get ahead of this before the earnings call. They didn't want to get asked this again. What's up with your security? And that's just something you don't want to answer on an earnings call.
No. I mean, Moose, do you expect them to deal with this at earnings in February?
I expect them to dance around the issue like they are, like those magenta thong wearing. Do they
even entertain the question? Do you think they avoid it?
No, they probably just completely pass. We'll be like, we have taken steps to da-da-da, and they'll never answer the question.
Do you guys think that there's anything else to this besides what we see at face value? Is there anything more? People have mentioned the targeted. Is T-Mobile being targeted? Me personally, I mean, Moose, you kind of alluded to it. I don't think they're being targeted. I think they're only being targeted in the sense that they're easy to breach. If they weren't easy to breach, I don't see these things happening so frequently. Where are the layers of protection? You look at the redundancies of security. It's like you have a plan A, you have a plan B, a plan C. You have layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's so many different protections in place. There must be some major flaw, backdoors, ways of entries that are clearly visible by these hackers, and they're just walking in.
What do you think, Tyrone?
No, you're absolutely right. I think, the takeaway from this is when's the next breach, and that's what the person that claimed to have did it alluded to. He said it was so easy to break in. I mean, he was like, they left this unsecured and all this information out there.
So how about this, Tyrone? T-Mobile support, according to Vibraxium here in the live chat, T-Mobile support is saying it didn't happen. They are denying it. Is that wise?
Not really. Not when you have a publication showing you internal documentation that it did happen. I mean, there's one thing to say it's a he said, she said topic, but not when you have it on black and white that it did occur.
Damn. So they've been physically told, these support people, tell them that it didn't happen. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's on the article, all the information, the internal reports.
Viraxium, I asked them to contact their supervisors, and the supervisors told me that. So
I think they're just not aware yet. When you reach out
so
to
internally,
support,
it hasn't found its places yet.
Yeah, I don't think they're aware of this breach yet, because these guys don't, other than them working their 9 to 5, they don't care about the wireless industry. So they just show up to work and they're like, hey, I didn't hear about a breach.
Technoid says, this isn't even funny anymore. I can't joke about this. I mean, it's not a funny thing. When people make jokes, it's about the company's inability to protect this type of information. I mean, at this point, Moose, you how do you ensure your private information is safe and your line is secure with a postpaid line on T-Mobile? There's just there's so many
There's no
flags
way
in
with
place,
postpaid.
right?
You just said it right there. With postpaid, you can't ensure any security at this point with T-Mobile. So, number one, you have to question yourself why you need a postpaid T-Mobile account if the exact same network access can be given to you in Metro. And it's anonymous on Metro. That's the best part, like you said earlier.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for the 50% of people who apparently don't care, nothing's going to change your move. This is crazy. Derek chimes in and says, IT probably has not contacted support yet. Is that possible?
What?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I mean, we're what, 3 p.m. in the Eastern time? I mean, that's at least 10 hours of work time, right?
Yeah. Heck, T-Mobile may not know how many, the total of people that have been affected. They're probably still looking through.
Yeah, you're right, Tyrone. That's true. That's a very astute observation. Because if you remember the previous scale from the last breach, the number changed like 3 times over the course of the investigation.
It's terrible. And this is the issue that I have as well. At any time when the customer's information, the CPNI, right? When the CPNI gets breached, you have to report it to the state.
That's correct. Yes.
The
Attorney General, the Office of the Attorney General. Yes.
Right. You have to report it. Even if it's just one person, 2 people, doesn't matter. The state tells the carrier, you got to tell me what's going on. And then T-Mobile is going to say to the customer when it's over the phone, oh, nothing's happening because they haven't been told. So this leak internally, Sneed, came from someplace very, very close to the situation, possibly the top. Because there's a whistleblower, there's whistleblowing that T-Mobile's not doing anything about these breaches. I am now more confident than ever that that's what's happening.
Gene is commenting in the live chat. Big shout out to Gene. He said, I'm considering leaving. This is now the 6th breach that he's been a part of.
I mean, after the first big one, why wouldn't you consider leaving? I mean, that was the biggest one. 50 million accounts, the entire base. Social security numbers, IDs, because they store their driver's license information. Why would any carrier need to store the driver's license information? You know what I mean, Sneed?
Yeah. I think what this boils down to is, do we need reform in what carriers are allowed to take from customers? I guess I'll start with you, Tyrone, does there need to be an audit investigation? Does there need to be a deep dive into what carriers should and be able to ask for and retain?
Well, the carriers that are able to secure that info, that shouldn't be a problem. It's really just T-Mobile that, the last breach, it prompted an investigation by the FCC. That's bad. So how bad is that security, within T-Mobile? How bad is it really? That's what we really have to look at.
So I guess my question becomes this. If you have a piggy bank with nothing in it, then what point do hackers have to go into the piggy bank? So my question is do we need reform in what the carriers are collecting? Is there a way for someone, say,
I think
Sneed Mobile Tech, Tyrone from Tech Life, Moose,
Mhm.
is there a way they can go into a postpaid line of service and not offer up all of the sensitive internal type CNPI or whatever it's called? They just don't need to collect it and store it.
I personally believe that it is possible, right? They just do a quick soft credit check. They never keep that information, but that's just so that you're reliable, payer. That's all it is, and that we can finance phones, stuff like that to the customer. But anything outside of that, I don't even think we need it, man. To be completely honest with you, the mailing address is only used if you're using like paper mail, right? Or if you leave and you port out, the last bill gets sent to that address. But everything's done online majority of the time. Two, and more importantly, is why does T-Mobile need driver's license to be stored on their accounts? To me, that's mind-blowing, man.
Well, maybe they've done something because this particular hack didn't involve those other things. So maybe they've done something. Maybe their response this time around was a little faster. So maybe they have improved, but there was still SIM swapping here, right? I mean, that's still a big thing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
here's Jose chiming in saying the data breach will never get fixed. It's like they don't care. Are they apathetic to this?
It's very interesting times. I personally don't think that they care anymore. If this constantly comes up, it's one of those things where it's never going to get fixed.
Yeah, it's just like, we always talk about the money part. To have this type of security, it's going to require a large investment. And I think a lot of people on the back end are going to ask themselves, is T-Mobile really willing to spend the money to get the security where it needs to be?
Mm-hmm.
King Sniper chimes in with the question, do you think Verizon and AT&T beef up their security just in case they get targeted next? I think their security must be better. The frequency of the hacks on Verizon and AT&T is much less.
Yep.
Not to say that they can't be hacked, not to say that they won't be hacked. Again, I am not picking on T-Mobile in this. I hope people understand where me and myself, and Moose and Tyrone, where we're coming from. Our concern is the lack of preparedness, is the lack of response, is the lack of change. It's the frequency of the breaches. Nobody can be perfect, and hacking is a very sophisticated process. Sometimes you don't know you have a flaw until the flaw has been exposed.
Right.
And without that hack, you'd never know. Right? So, but the scale to which we have seen, the frequency of which we have seen, this is an act of incompetence. And I'm not saying this is incompetence. I'm just saying this is another
Example.
event in the timeline. Exactly. Right. And big shout out to Texas Marine, $5 super chat. He says, SMT Midday Madness, leave one on Hack Chenta and other back to the Death Star. Appreciate you, Texas Marine. Thank you. And then Tech with Obed, appreciate the super chat. You guys got space for one more. This is terrible. Space for one more hack.
It's true. How many more hacks do we need to talk about? How many live streams this year have we talked about hacks? How many?
I mean, it feels pretty regular, like an earnings report. Tyrone, how does it feel for you as someone who makes content and covers all the earnings reports, right? It's like 4 times a year.
Yeah, when I made the video this morning, I kind of felt like it was like a whatever, like, oh, here you go. the sun rises in the morning, and here's another data breach. Like you said earlier.
My God.
The sun rises and there's another data breach. God. Wow.
I mean, literally.
So if you guys want to go ahead and cast your last votes here in the live chat, we do have a poll that is up. It was posted for you guys to go ahead and cast and offer you a voice of the people, the SMT Nation. We currently have 74 votes. Will the data breaches at T-Mobile ever be under control? So the question would be phrased, you believe they will get it under control? That would be yes. And then you do not believe that they ever will have it under control? That would be no. So go ahead, 10 seconds. We're going to close out that voting, and then we'll take a look at the numbers and see how it racks up here. And big shout out to Jose. Thank you for the super sticker. We appreciate the contributions that you guys offer to the channel. Thanks so much in advance. And for all those that have offered those super chats, thank you. Byraxium and a Sneed says on his polls, 50% of people don't care. When I ran that poll the last time there was a data hack, which would have been in August, there was an alarming number of people that said they don't care. And that hack was huge because of the sensitivity of the info. I was surprised. They're like, I mean, that's pretty apathetic, man. That, whatever. Jose says it'll never be fixed. Let's go ahead and close out the poll and take a look at the numbers, gents. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's end the poll. It usually takes a couple seconds to populate here. And I think you guys will be able to actually see that in the live chat. It'll show you the numbers and the breakdown here. 84% of you have chimed in. No. Data breaches at T-Mobile will never be under control. 15% say yes, it will eventually get under control. Tyrone, I'll start with you. Are you hopeful? What way are you leaning? Because that's a huge discrepancy there.
Yeah, that is a huge discrepancy. So with them publicly stating that they're going to implement new third parties to help fix security, I just think it's going to take a long time to find all of the security flaws that they have within T-Mobile. So I don't think that was an overnight fix from the beginning, and it's going to take months and months and months of investments to get the security to the levels of Verizon and AT&T, and we don't know what needs to happen to get to that. Maybe they have to rip and replace out old software systems. We don't know. So that could take maybe a year or more to get it up to somewhat of a standard to where Verizon and AT&T are, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'm a bit hopeful, but in the meantime, in between time, how many more breaches are we going to go through until they can get that under control? That's the big question here.
Moose, what's the process here for modernization, upgrading, adding security layers and protections? What's the process there?
Well, first you have to identify where the problem is. Okay. And I don't think that they actually have identified how the hackers have been able to get in fully, right? They only know one way. Have they tried all the different types of entrances that they can get in? Once they seal everything, right, then they can start changing the parameters of the security internally, right? They haven't even thought of the fact that maybe it's somebody with a hijacked computer. We never know. There was a case I remember reading that, employees, because they're desperate for money, they just give access to their computer and then boom, you know what I mean, Sneed?
Yeah.
That has happened before. So at this point, if they haven't found all the breaches, they need to fix the breaches, right? They need to do what's called a I think it's a harden test or something like that. Basically, you have to just check where's your vulnerability test, right? There it is. Check where all the vulnerabilities are. Hack yourself, right? I think that is imperative right now, is that a third-party company that they pay, T-Mobile has to pay for it, is going to try to hack into the system to see where the breaches are.
I think Apple did that a while
Yeah.
back. They offered $100,000 for somebody to hack their system, or if they could.
Mm-hmm.
Because what that does is that gives a monetary incentive to have others find your vulnerabilities where you don't have to dedicate R&D. It's
Right.
almost like hiring a third party to do it. In fact, I think what you end up doing is it's like boutique in a way, right? Like it's specialized. You know, you get the cutting edge, you get the bleeding edge, whatever the current hackers are up to date on. What are they doing, right? Like it's the best way to get it done is to actually allow it to happen with some kind of control, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wished that the FCC was more aggressive on the large hack that happened in August, to where they would have told T-Mobile, no matter small or large, if you have another breach, you will get fined until this is fixed.
Okay, so I've mentioned this before just as a possible explanation. No excuses, just an explanation. Is it possible that T-Mobile has disgruntled employees, former employees, wrongfully terminated employees? Do they have moles? Do they have worms? What do you guys think of that possibility? Do you entertain that, Moose?
It's definitely possible. At this point, like I said, they have to do a vulnerability check. And if they come up with everything's locked, everything's, good, right? Then it has to be from somebody from the inside. Especially the fact that the internal documents got leaked, Sneed. That is a big issue, is that they were hiding these documents for a while now.
Yeah, because those documents don't end up at the store level. Somebody from the higher ups had to have leaked this out.
Mm-hmm. And that is the biggest deal that I'm trying to say, Sneed, is that I have a very strong feeling now that it is either for within T-Mobile, there's an issue internally, and that's why the leak happened, because the person that leaked it was like, enough's enough. I can't feel good about this. So there's a whistleblower. Or there legitimately is breaches that they can't fix, and they have been sitting on this information for months.
Shame chimes in. Did they ever change their router since the first data breach? Old router was the issue. If they didn't change the router, then T-Mobile's absolutely running a popsicle stand. I mean,
God damn, man.
I mean, you literally take that router and you dismantle it, right? That thing is
throw it away.
First thing gone. It is gone.
Oh, exactly. 100%.
That thing is recycled for parts.
No. You don't take the parts because it's a compromise. You just destroy it.
There's got to be some minerals in there that are worthy of something.
The gold. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the gold and all. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I was like, no, don't recycle the RAM and the memories and all.
No. I'm thinking there might be some coltan in there, or I don't know. My goodness.
Yeah, Moose is onto something. That if this document did leak out, and that's how it surfaced publicly, then this was never meant to go public. T-Mobile was never meant for any of this to come out publicly or reach a publication. They just wanted this internally to go, that letter to go to the customer. Hey, you've been affected. This is the steps that we're taking, and that's all they wanted to do.
Yep. I am very confident now on that, because the way that it's described in the TMO report, right? The TMO.report is that this was leaked. So that means that this was supposed to be hidden for many months, maybe indefinitely.
Yeah. So now you got to backtrack. How many smaller breaches have they had that we don't know about because it didn't make it public?
Is this a feather in the cap to a hacker to be able to hack T-Mobile? Is it some kind of accomplishment, or is this just like, oh, hey, I'm new to hacking, I'm going to bust into T-Mobile real quick? Like, are they the butt of a joke now at this point for security?
Like you're saying like an exercise? Like I'm trying to, let me try it out.
I'm
You
being
know,
playful about that angle of this. I understand the gravity of the consumer side. You know, Tyrone, myself, Moose, we're consumer advocates at the end of the day.
mhm.
But like at some point, I mean, how stupid do they look?
You talking about practice?
This is crazy. Exactly. This is crazy.
You know, I have a couple of family members that are in the cyber side where they are white hackers, white hat hackers, and
Yeah.
they've even dabbled in the black hat, hacking. I can
Mhm.
ask them straight up. I'm like, hey, so T-Mobile, what's this situation? And they told me straight up, they will never, never go and have T-Mobile as a carrier because of how easy it is to hack, and that's a bare bone minimum. Hacker. They don't know. They're not professionals. They just learned how to hack because it's a hobby.
So
Right.
Moose, I want to give you and Tyrone a chance to answer this question: is what is different at Verizon and AT&T that reduces the frequency of their hacks? There's clearly something distinguishable. There's something about T-Mobile that screams vulnerability. So what is it that AT&T and Verizon are doing differently that is preventing these frequency of attacks?
Well, for me, I think hackers, they talk to each other in some way, shape, or form, word of mouth.
And the hacks and the forums, yeah.
Yeah, in forums. And then some hackers internally are like, hey, look, I've tried AT&T before. Don't try them again, because they'll either catch you real quick or they kick you out, or they have tough security to breach.
Mm-hmm.
And then, when those hackers speak about T-Mobile, they're like, hey, man, if you want to scam somebody or get some info, T-Mobile's the place to do it.
You know what I'm thinking, man? That T-Mobile's gonna start monetizing. This is really fucked up. This is crazy what I'm thinking about. They're gonna start monetizing. Oh, if you want your account to be secure, you have to pay an additional $5 a month.
So then, so what's the point of
Damn.
being? So what's the point of being there? You would want to reward the company that includes that as just common business practice,
Right.
IT protection and security. Why is that? Why would that be something to monetize? Why is that an add-on? Why is that a perk or a benefit? That is absurd.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Just the prospects of having to pay to have your personal personal information not at risk. Oh my
Safe.
goodness.
Yeah. Yep. But it's out of control, man. But I have a very strong feeling that they're going to have to charge their customers in order to have this thing under control, because they're charging too little for their plans to afford it, man. Think about it like this, Sneed. If I told you,
Oh my goodness, Moose.
yeah,
I have to ask this question then.
yeah.
If you are a customer on T-Mobile and you have free lines,
Oh my God.
1, 2, 3, 4 free lines, I don't care, whatever, one or more free lines, are you willing to pay for that line if it means true account security is given to you? It is now afforded because you are paying for the free line. So let's look at it like this, right, Moose? Every free line has a value. $20, $30, $40, whatever the multi-line discount would be, right?
Right.
If every carrier, well, let's just do it at T-Mobile. If T-Mobile says, pay for your free lines, we can increase the protections of all accounts, including yours on T-Mobile. How many people are good with paying for those free lines? I suspect, Moose, people would rather have free lines. Based on the number of individuals that have voted in previous polls that said they don't care about the breaches.
Wow. What do you think, Tyrone?
no. I think it's
like
a fair
it's like
point.
rolling the dice, right? It's
Yeah.
Tyrone. It'd be like flipping the coin. They're like, oh, I'll take my chances. Just give me the discount.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's what people are basing this off of, because if those free lines were paid lines, you would probably be paying the same as you would maybe on AT&T or Verizon. Then you might as well just move to them. So now with the free lines or whatever discount that you got or deal at the time, you're paying lower. So it's likely that's what's really keeping the churn down, because now you're like, I do care about security, but I don't want to pay more with Verizon and AT&T. So then it goes back to what Moose said earlier: is you pay for what you get.
Right. So this is the crazy part. If hypothetically there was no free lines on T-Mobile, it actually would be as expensive as Verizon. You know this, right? See, we've done the calculations.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, it goes back to, okay, if you want account security, you're gonna have to pay $5 additional per month. This is crazy, man.
I may have some breaking news coming in right now, guys.
Okay.
I'm waiting I'm waiting on some disclosure here on the details. Bear with us. We are staying live here until I can get the final disclosures on this information. I would like to share it with you guys. Please do like this video and then share it to people you think could benefit from being in the know on this issue. Yeah, Mikhail, absolutely. I firmly believe in this. I firmly do. I think account security is a non-negotiable. I think it's part of the business expense. For example, at the bakery, we sell bread, but we also provide the bags for the bread. You don't pay for the bag. It's part of...
Or bring your own bag.
Yes, it's an operational expense. It comes with the territory. I think anytime they take your personal information, that information's protection is mandatory, obligated. It is not an option. Well, word on the street is that the RDP is open at T-Mobile.
The what?
The RDP.
What's that?
T-Mobile's IP.
Oh, wow.
Their SQL database is completely open.
Wow. Wow.
File share is open. They're pulling everything from passwords to accounts.
Wow. So this is the breaking news.
Yeah, what is going on at T-Mobile, guys?
So
I'm completely lost.
You got to say this again. You got to say this again, Sneed. This is breaking.
There are open ports at T-Mobile's SQL database.
Well, that was somebody was commenting earlier to me that they had to change their password again.
Yeah. The passwords are completely exposed. If you're a T-Mobile customer with a T-Mobile account, please, right now, leave this live stream and go change your passwords right now. Come back to the live stream once you've done it. Come back.
Wow.
This is
why are you still on there? Why would you even allow this to continue on if you're a T-Mobile customer? Your password means nothing right now.
I've never seen anything like this ever. There's no there is absolutely no way. I mean, this is the equivalent of leaving your home door wide open, not even shut. The door is open. People can walk in. You got a safe that's open, like right there in the front of the house with money just out in the open and visible. It's like when people put candy in the front of their house, right? Like on Halloween, take one. Yeah, take one.
Yeah.
You're gonna take them all.
That's what I said. That's why we said earlier. You might as well go on Facebook and just put your name, number, and social, everything on it. It's the same thing.
Jeez.
I've never seen anything like this before in my life.
Are you speechless, Sneed?
I'm astonished. I mean,
So
I've seen amazing things in my 30 plus years on this earth. 6 months ago, Eugene was on video crying, apologizing, and now this.
Yep.
Tech with Obed, thank you for the super chat, brother. How about Sprint customers? I have a Sprint branded account. I go in there. The systems are all intermingled.
Yep.
Yep. This is out of control.
How do you do a podcast when you can't even speak? I have nothing.
So let's put it into context here, because we need to again address the breaking news. T-Mobile is completely exposed as of right now. We just got confirmation. Sneed just got confirmation that everything is exposed. Account passwords, your account login, everything. Why would this continue on like this, man? This is absolutely unbelievable.
I don't even. I got nothing, bro.
I just had somebody message me saying that somebody went into their account, ordered a phone, had it shipped to a different address, and thankfully the fraudulent department caught it and canceled the order.
So now they're placing orders under accounts.
There we go.
Yep.
So now we have the first indication of fraud.
They're completely within accounts, that means.
Yep.
Yes.
So that means those people's passwords have been hacked. That means their PIN codes have been exposed.
Yep, and they have the ability to add lines and order phones.
Port out, add lines, buy devices, ship devices.
So, again, how many more times do we have to wait until people realize and wake up, change your passwords, port out?
When is this ever going to stop? This is too easy for these hackers. There's no resistance.
None.
They're literally getting out of the way of these hackers. They're not even standing in front of them.
I'm not actually worried about some of these people that aren't aware of the news. You know what I mean? Or they don't even listen to the news.
Yeah.
You guys got to share this with your friends and family. You got to get this podcast. You got to get this news out to them. There's so many times, Tyrone, offer this to me, bro. How many times have you saw, like, in your YouTube studio where somebody is commenting on a T-Mobile Sprint merger video from like a year and a half ago, and they're like, "Oh my God, I never knew about this. I wish I would have known." Like, how many times are you gonna see that, dog?
Oh, plenty of times.
Like daily, right? You see some comment from a former Sprint customer or something, right?
Yep, daily. Or I still have, as if Sprint was still a company. It's still, it's still a real thing. And almost 2 years later, it's still a real thing.
Texas Marine said, had an alert about my password change. There's what? So now you're getting alerted that your password was changed without you doing it? Oh no. Oh no. You're going to have to get a hold of somebody at the company, Texas Marine. Don't let that go, man. You're going to have to respond to that.
Especially if your account has if your T-Mobile account has a high spending limit, say you can add another 5 lines with devices, those are the ones that the hackers are going to look at.
$5,000, $10,000 at a time, right?
Correct. They want to, like, if your account is already at the limit of spending, then the hackers are not going to be able to get anything because it'll require a down payment,
which they can't process unless you have stored credit card information on it.
Correct. Yep.
It just wouldn't be financing; it would be through payment, right?
Yep.
Okay, here's another important update. This one from Jose. Now a 45-minute plus wait time for customer service. So you guys are going to have to be patient. How about T-Force, Tyrone? Is that better?
That's better, but eventually those customers will start transitioning onto T-Force, and then there's going to be a wait time there too.
Joshua says, my account limits are in place. I can't do much else. I think this is 3 hacks in 3 years. I've had them. Dude. What's the point of saving the money? What's the point? What's the point in this? Tyrone, at what point does the value just not exist?
It's tough to say. I mean, the fact that they had one of the biggest breaches ever in August, and not much has really happened, even with that breach. It's kind of tough to say. I mean, you could like we said earlier, you could say it all publicly, but do we know if T-Mobile's making those changes?
I just got a phone call from somebody who just got SIM swapped from T-Mobile live.
They were watching the show, and they got SIM.
During the live show, during the live stream, they just got SIM swapped.
What's up, Lawrence? We're dealing with this security issue at T-Mobile. This is getting bad. It's literally getting worse as we're on the air. This is crazy.
So I just got off the phone. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what we said earlier, Sneed, they are still trying to figure out how widespread this breach really is. I don't think they have the final number.
I don't think they know. I think you're right, Tyrone. I think it's scaling right now. This is going to change by the hour. Go ahead.
Just to FYI, it's not his primary carrier, right? This particular line on T-Mobile. However, he did just get SIM swapped, as in one moment his phone was working on his secondary, line. The next moment, completely out of service, the entire number is gone from his eSIM profile. It's gone.
My goodness. Just logged into T-Mobile. They asked for a 10-digit number to link the account, but number was not recognized. Oh, no. Does that mean that his was already hacked?
Yep. That is the stage one. Your number is no longer being recognized.
Kazi says, confirmed, my dad's T-Mobile account just got hacked. Someone placed $4,000
in orders.
$4,000 in orders.
Well, we just got a New Year's Eve breaking news situation for T-Mobile.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you think about this?
T-Mobile's at a 2-hour hold. T-Mobile's on fire right now.
What do you think about this, Sneedman? We are literally live, and this thing is blowing up.
Yeah, there's gasoline poured on the fire, dog. $4,000 in orders. That means probably what, 3-4 lines or 3-4 iPhones or something.
Well, I mean, that could be 4 iPhones. That could be 5 or 6 iPhone 13s. You know what I mean? This is absolutely out of control. I just got another text of that same guy who is just a bring your own device line, right? They just ordered a phone through that line. The guy just texted me. So it seems like the hackers it's now targeting. I now know what's going on, Sneed. They are using a bot of all these compromised accounts, and they're ordering phones. They want the phones.
Look, we're not here to cause mass hysteria and panic, but if you are a T-Mobile customer, I would go ahead and first of all see if I can access my account, change passwords, run the PIN number, get that changed. I think also what you're probably doing, just to be on the safe side, and Moose, I think you can agree, is alert your credit card companies, your debit card, your checking account.
Just put a hold.
Put a freeze on everything temporarily.
Put a freeze on the debit card. Definitely the card that's on file for the
alert them that it is T-Mobile affected. So anything coming from that type of transaction, if they can deny, block.
A lot of people are saying turn off 2-factor authentication on your bank, for example, and on your other financials, because that's how they're going to try to get into your bank. Take away the saved credit card on file. Turn off take away the credit card so that they don't use that to pay for the fraudulent purchases that they're trying to do. This is out of control, and it's happening so quickly, Sneed. As we have been live for less than an hour, I've been getting calls, I've been getting texts that this is happening live to people's secondary lines, not even their primaries. Imagine if it was their primary, Sneed.
If it's primary, there's more at stake.
Exactly.
The stakes are high. Chain recommends removing the credit card that's on file. I hope that eliminates it, but who knows what that means for the history. Again, what are they storing? What do they keep in queue? What do they keep in the cache, right?
Jeez, man. It had to be on a Tuesday. Can you believe this?
This is hashtag T-Mobile Tuesday status right here. This is the most
Yeah.
unfortunate like turn of events. Moose, it's literally evolving. It's popping as we speak, right? This is like
Right. This is better than CNN live breaking news. This is happening, within this live stream, Sneed.
Moose, do you think that if a password has been compromised to go into the store where they can access certain systems, you think that's a move?
To go to the store?
Yeah, you think that would need to be a
I
course
don't
of
think you need to
action?
go to the store. I mean, unless
What do you
here's the thing
recommend?
that obviously just shut down your account, as in lock it down so that nobody can access it. I know that Carlos was telling me that there's a way on the T-Mobile account that you can lock it down so that you don't add any more lines, you don't upgrade any lines, nothing. It is what it is. That's it.
Okay, so I have to call
Mhm.
a spade here. Before you guys go and give the SMT credit for this, this is most definitely shouts out to Moose and Tyrone. They made this happen. I want to give them special credit on this. Uh, we knew about the situation. We knew that there was risk of breach and all of this, but Moose kind of made the call. Tyrone agreed to come on the call, and I just facilitated the whole thing. So call a spade a spade. I think it was a team effort, but I want to give Moose a big shout out for kind of inspiring us to go live and kind of cover this. And a
Well,
big
you know
shout out
me,
to
dog.
Tyrone.
I felt like this is a big deal when it was just the article. Imagine, right? When it was just the article, it was a big deal. Now, as we're live, this thing is exploding.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me that in just 1 hour of being live, this has gotten my personal people I know outside of the community, right, that still have secondary T-Mobile lines are telling me that they're compromised. Dude, this
Moose,
is crazy.
do
Yeah,
I have to change the name of this live stream?
you could. Breaking news.
Yeah.
Like this is real. This is happening in real time.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to change it.
I bet you right now Tyrone is on other phone calls with other folks that are giving him more information on what's exactly going on, because this is again happening as we are live, and it's honestly really heartbreaking. I honestly don't. I'm speechless, Sneed. Why do these people have to suffer for incompetence from a carrier?
My goodness. I can't believe what has just happened. Literally while we've been on air, Moose. For those of you that are here in the live, please do give this video a like and do share it to your friends, family, anybody on your socials that you think could benefit from this. A lot of stuff happening right now, kind of on the fly. I have already been on the record as describing the situation as T-Mobile's on fire. Again, uh, there's no damage control in this, Moose.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the damage control? What public statement could anybody make to put this out? We got Carlos 702. We got Mr.
Dude,
Carlos S. Tech in the house.
dude, my personal line is gone.
Oh shit! Tyrone just texted me. Oh So we got breaking again right now.
Breaking
Live.
news.
Hold up.
Another one of Carlos's lines is gone.
We.
I'm
Oh
not
my
even.
goodness.
I'm not even playing, bro. Fuck. Look at this shit, bro. I'm gonna turn on the camera right now. See, because I have the T-Mobile Los. That one's fine. My other one, no service.
Oh shit! Okay, we just got a breaking update. Breaking update, Sneed. Carlos, cha. Tyrone's T-Mobile account just got compromised. His
Damn.
account just got changed. The password just got changed.
Look,
Live.
look, I'm not even playing, bro. I'm gonna pop out the SIM so people don't think this is a bunch of baloney.
What do you mean? We've got everybody coming in commenting. It's
Let's see here. Where's my SIM pin at? Man, I give up, bro. They can have it. I'm tired of fighting for it. Where in the hell is my goddamn SIM pin?
bro. We got to get Bearded Dragon on the horn, bro.
Sneed, did you hear what I'm saying? Tyrone's T-Mobile account just got compromised.
I got to get Bearded Dragon on the horn, dog.
Shit. For real? Tyrone got screwed too right now?
His password just got changed. He's now scrambling to secure the account before his T-Mobile account.
Okay, so we got to get this. We got to get this on the record here. If you are a current T-Mobile customer, you are at a critical impasse right now. If you are a former T-Mobile customer, I don't know what to tell you right now. We have no indications of former customers being affected. That is the best information we have right now. Right now, we've got Carlos in the live. He is taking out his SIM. There it is.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to put it back in. He believes his line has been swapped. Carlos, have you noticed anything on the account?
I don't know. I haven't logged in and checked yet.
Okay, so, oh my goodness.
Only my Los Magenta plan is the only one working.
Big shout out to Alex. Thanks for the super chat. So glad I moved all my lines to Verizon. Appreciate you chiming in. Thank you.
Here, let me call my number. Hold on. Let me call my T-Mobile line. See what it does.
Okay. All right. We're going to see if we can get a couple of more talking aheads here. Oh, my goodness.
7029.
Yeah, it goes to voicemail. So I got swapped.
Yep. Wow.
It's gone.
He just got swapped.
It's gone.
Carlos just got swapped.
Gone again. Gone again, dude. And that's the main line to the account, too.
Oh, you're a hacker. Oh, my God.
Holy
Tim, you know, as a former employee, I want to know what Tim says about this, man.
Yeah, I'm getting the link out to him and the Bearded Dragon. I'm going to see if I can get those two gents in here as people that are very well versed in these systems and some in more intimate ways than others. So they have your account PIN, social to be able to do that. Wow. Socials are exposed now.
So basically that's what that last breach was, to get the info, and then they breached again to do the swappings and all that bullshit. So that's basically how it works. At least how they initiated their plan of execution.
Bro, what is going on right now? I don't even
know why people are saying that this has been exaggerated. People are now saying that this is an exaggeration.
Who said this is exaggerated?
People are texting me right now saying that this is exaggerated.
How?
And I said, are you kidding me? How? People that I know, Carlos, Tyrone, my other friends, are telling me that this is happening to them literally right as we're talking about it. Damn.
Dan, did their website crash? Yeah, their website's crashed. Service unavailable.
Oh shit! They're doing a DDoS attack on the T-Mobile site. No way, man.
Their website's down, bro. I just tried to log in right now.
Jesus. This is out of control, Steve. I'm
Carlos,
sorry.
if you need to, Carlos, if you need to turn off your camera temporarily, please go ahead and do that. Protect your privacy.
And what does it matter? They already got. Oh, nope. Never mind. My password's changed.
Oh, there it is. Completely exposed.
Fuck. Man, I'm tired of fighting for this shit, bro. I should just let them have it. Fuck it. Make it. Nah, this is bullshit, bro. I'm gonna cancel that account today. I'm
No
good.
big deal. People are saying this is no big deal.
I'm good, dude. I as much as I love the rate plan, having the T-Mobile One international option and all that, but it's not worth it. If I want to test, I'll just do with the Los Magenta. At least that plan is nothing has been compromised on that, and at least I haven't gotten no emails yet from the higher ups telling me that I have to watch out for customers' information. Plus, we don't even have really nothing.
Is it time that we all move to prepaid? For those that do care and don't need to finance phones.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down there today and I'm gonna do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open another account, and then I'm gonna have my account migrated, do assumption of liability over to that account. So what you guys can do is, as a former T-Mobile employee, I can tell you this. Okay, so there's a thing called a generic profile. So it's the same thing you can do with AT&T and Verizon. So if you want to have postpaid service, especially if it's BYOD, and you want to have postpaid priority, postpaid account, but not attach your social security number, they can put a generic number in there, which they have access to, which is like their code that bypasses credit check. All they have to do is just put the information off your ID to that, and then you can have postpaid service without your actual social security number being attached to it.
Yeah.
So apparently, I just got told.
What happened? You got told.
Got told that because people are getting their phone numbers compromised, SIM swap, they're also getting their Facebook login compromised.
Oh no.
And then the two-factor authentication, and then they're doing an Instagram swap as well. And the Instagram, they're notorious, bro. They can't fix that issue with
it's a
Instagram.
Complete vulnerability.
It's a massive vulnerability. Your entire existence on the internet is compromised because you have everything tied to your one phone number's two-factor authentication.
Idika, I had the protection for the SIM swap. They added that, and the port. What is it? Port protection.
We got Tim in the house. Tim, what's going on, sir?
I need your
everyone?
On this, man. What do you think about this, Tim?
It is, for a telecom company, one of the worst scenarios you ever want to be in. The one thing I will say, please don't go to a retail store. They're not going to be able to help you.
No,
you need to be on the phone with 611.
No difference in system access or anything like that.
Yeah, 611 has a little bit more access, but at the end of the day, it's the same thing. They have to file an investigation, file a report, and they're going to launch an internal investigation around the issue. The actual retail store can't do anything for you.
Yo, Tim, T-Mobile's on fire right now, dog.
They've been on fire since the Sprint merger happened.
Yeah. But this one involves customers directly being compromised, right? So it's one thing to talk about plans and SIM cards and network access, and accounts and billing. I mean, we've got devices getting shipped. We've got passwords getting hacked. We've got access to other apps, apparently. I mean, the information I have, this is for those of you that are just joining us here. I see 110 are here live. This is what I know at the current moment that may have contributed to this. RDP is completely open on T-Mobile's IP. It was a massive vulnerability. They were completely exposed. The SQL database was wide open for this breach. File share, the whole shebang. They walked in. They walked in. This was an insurrection of a type, I think.
So they still use Watson, right, Tim?
They still use Watson. They still use QuickView. If you're on the iPad, they're using Tapestry, which is just a quick access into QuickView anyway. So it's all the same.
I feel bad for the folks at the store that they're going to have this, hysteria of people. You guys are crazy, blah, blah. You guys, they're not going to be able to do anything. Either way.
Somebody was saying that their company used to use Watson in 2004 and discontinued it in like 05.
I don't even know if IBM still sponsors Watson or not. If they're still updating it, they're still keeping it secure. Like that is an old IBM software that was around in the late 90s that was very popular.
T-Mobile does still use. I know that they use Watson. Like if you remote connect, I remember when you had.
Oh, I know
you
they
take your
still
laptop at
use
home.
it,
Yeah.
but is IBM, the creators of that software, still keeping it updated? Are they still trying to keep it secure and make patches and everything? I have no idea.
Gil, I will tell you that the T-Mobile Home Internet is a postpaid service. Those accounts are all involved here. I'd have to say, see if there's something you could do. Okay, the updated time for customer care wait is at 4 hours and 15 minutes. So over the course of this live stream, Tim, we've been on for about 50, 60, 75 minutes. I think about 20 minutes is when we started hitting full-fledged panic mode here, right, for the customers. It's gone from 45 minutes to 1 hour, 45 minutes to 2 hours. Now it's at 4 hours all in the last 30 minutes.
Do we have any idea how many customers are affected yet? Do they have any idea or released anything, how many thousands it is?
So Tim, we literally were sitting here on the live stream. Tyrone just disappeared. And then he texted Moose, I've been compromised. Literally in the live chat, midstream, people are like, my account's hacked. My line's gone. That literally happened on the live stream.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I think the scale here is a huge unknown. Tim, what do you recommend to somebody who's got the T-Mobile Home Internet account?
There's not a whole lot you can do. Obviously, it's got your private information on it. It's got your driver's license, your home billing address. If you have it set up for auto pay, it has a credit card or debit card. And even if you remove it, it is still saved in the system for 30 days. So removing it today does you no good.
So you're monitoring, if anything. You're monitoring your credit.
Go ahead and make sure all 3 bureaus are locked down. Go ahead and get a new debit card, credit card from your bank or credit card providers. Cancel everything. And I'd even go as far as alerting DMV that your ID and driver's license might have been compromised.
Got Carlos back.
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bro, no, it's just that people calling for my cell phone repair business starting to pick up again. To fix the screen for an S9 Plus.
Bro, the situation is actually, in my opinion, out of control.
To answer his question real quick, the best thing you can do if you want to keep the auto pay discount is just go get a prepaid credit card, put that on file, and only load the funds that you need onto it, and the system will accept it.
See if you can get a prepaid debit card that allows you to link like a transfer, like through Zelle or something like that.
Yeah, you could do it that way too. That way, once the funds runs out, there's nothing you can do about it, and it's almost non-traceable.
Privacy.com is your best friend. You can do it that way, and then all you got to do is log in. You can load like $200 on that card, so you know you'll be good for 3 months, let's say, and then you just do it like that. Or you can have it auto load with your authorization through a text message. All right, that's the best way. Generates random numbers.
Okay, I have to
be careful with. Go ahead.
I have to do this quick update. If you have a crypto account associated with your SIM card, like your number, good luck. This is getting bad. Crypto has been compromised.
Of course. That's the first thing. That's the biggest part of the money.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part of the money. The second biggest thing is ordering phones. Ordering phones. Then people, they hope, they don't get to it within 4 days. Because right now, I don't know if you guys know this, a lot of phone models are shipping instantly today. So they'll already be shipped by today, and then they'll probably get there by Friday, right? By then, it's already too late to cancel the order. UPS, FedEx, doesn't matter. They're gonna still deliver the item, and then boom, you just got a free phone.
Dark Angel, I don't know if you're necessarily safe. See if you can get into your account, log in, and then change your password. Hoping that may help you.
Be careful with AutoPay. Not AutoPay. Be careful with Chime. Be careful with Apple Pay. If it is linked to your main banking, they can still get around it.
You know what's really crazy? Why do people have to worry about this stuff? You know what I'm saying? Verizon customers, I never heard this on Verizon.
Well, Verizon's got extra protocols in place. Like you actually have to be on the phone with an agent to transfer your number now.
Oh, how about this?
It's not just they go in and get a PIN.
How about this? You go into the store, they go get you a SIM card. They prepare everything for you. They hand you the SIM card and they send you to a computer on the other side of the store. And you do everything manually in a fully encrypted computer by yourself. After you show them your ID, prove, your identity, all of that. Wow.
This is definitely not what I was expecting when I read that article this morning of a T-Mobile data breach.
No, this is I think this is several magnitudes worse than the initial reports.
Some parts of me almost wonder if this is leftover previous from the previous hack, that there was a back door that the hacker installed and that someone else has gone back in.
Hey, hold on. Are Sprint accounts associated with this too? Because I still got my old Sprint account.
Gotta check.
I haven't migrated it.
You gotta check.
I would check it.
Because it's still an old Sprint SIM card. I never
did a
X on it.
Nobody has chimed in. Nobody has mentioned anything. People are asking about Sprint, but we don't know.
All right, I'll grab my Sprint phone here in a sec. I'm on hold
I just got word from one of my mom's friends in Los Angeles. Her phone just got completely shut off, like no service. And then I told her, is she on T-Mobile? And she said, yes. Boom. Another SIM swap attack. Now pulling old ladies' phones, man. Like we're talking about, Hispanic ladies that are like, 70 plus, right? 60 plus. What's going to be gained out of this, Sneed?
Look, we were questioning targeted attack before. I mean, what are we supposed to think at this point? Tim, the people have been speculating this is targeted. Where are you at? We didn't get a chance to ask you previously.
It's definitely possible. My question would be why?
What's the end game?
Yeah. I mean, you have your hands around an estimated 110, 120 million customers nationwide. But what would be the end game?
Carlos, do you think this is a targeted situation? I know you're. Oh, okay. So Carlos is busy. Oh God, he's calling Sprint.
He's on the horn with them now.
He's literally in the Philippines right now as we speak.
Jesus.
He's talking to Manny Pacquiao's neighbor.
But Sneed, the issue that I'm having is this. You see all this happening. Even if it's not happening to you yet, it will.
It's almost like you have to anticipate and brace for it, right, Moose?
Right. So why wouldn't you get ahead of this? Change your passwords. Take off the two-factor authentication like Tim's been saying. Call your banks. Call your credit. Go ahead.
So we can do that, Moose. But where is the T-Mobile response? Why are they not ready to lock down these accounts? Upon complete vulnerability, there should be a lockdown.
There's no way to do it.
There's no lockdown possible, no protocol.
There's no way to lock down all the accounts because that compromises potential sales between now and the end of the year, which is Friday.
Pete, we need you, bro. Reel us in, bro.
I might have a place to apply for work.
I think you're right, Pete. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the new CEO of IT at Magenta.
It's not C. Yeah.
And it's not letting me in.
Well, that's my pin.
God. It's gone.
Yeah, that's my
Is he?
pin.
Boom.
Oh God.
There wouldn't be CEO, it's CISO.
Yep, you're
Chief
the CISO.
Information Security Officer.
Did you see that Carlos is talking to the rep on the phone live on the air now? He gave her his pin that he set before. The pin has now been compromised. It's been changed.
Obed,
So-
email me, Obed. My link for my email is in the description. I'll send you out that link. Thanks for the super chat, bro.
Hey Moose, is your line
Yeah.
line still working? The one that's on my plan?
Let me check.
Because they need to send a pin to it, bro. My wife's is not working either. Their line is not working either.
Hey, right now my T-Mobile has service. My AT&T does not.
Yeah, but that's not new.
No, that's not.
This is crazy, man. And I have a business account with them too. This is crazy, man.
1 bar of service.
Thank you so
Who
much.
knows if this is actually working?
Can they? I need to send a pin real quick. So
Just
put it
send
in the
it to
private
him,
chat.
dog. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the? Oh, dude, put it in the private chat. The last 4 of the number, because I can't remember it.
Yeah, no problem. Hold on.
Yo, Moose, I'm gonna try a test call to your line. Okay.
Yeah.
Moose, you didn't get that? Moose.
Damn,
Did
5
it-
hours of wait.
That is insane. Well, whoever's on the phone for 5 hours, I hope you have the Google feature hold me, because it's going to come in real handy.
No. These guys don't have Google phones. Nobody has
They're on
Google
Apple?
phones.
If they're on Apple, I am sorry. You're going to be holding that phone a long time and going through about 3 separate sets of AirPod charges in 5 hours.
I'm half tempted to call, was it Katz's personal number? Guy in charge of T-Mobile for Business.
I'd be interested to see if he has any additional intel.
Nah, I probably wouldn't get through. People pissed off like me might also be calling him.
Moose,
Hey,
did you
yeah.
get my call?
Check the pin.
Yeah.
Check the pin, bro. I need
Yeah,
that pin.
I
Moose.
got. Yeah.
Okay.
I sent you the pin on the one number here. I sent it on the private chat too.
Okay.
But yeah, so Sneed, I just got another call on the other line. My buddy that works at Qualcomm, remember the guy?
Yeah.
Yep, his secondary line is T-Mobile still. Done.
Gone.
Yep,
Swapped.
it's gone. That's now a second person that I know.
Hey, Pete, can we ask you about this this description here? I just want you to kind of give us a rundown for those of us that are more on the lay side of this. The most recent information, and I will say that while this did come from a reputable source and somebody I trust, we'll call it speculative until this is disclosed. RDP is open on T-Mobile's IP. Massive vulnerability. SQL database completely compromised.
I actually commented in the chat a little bit ago. I don't think this is an RDP thing.
Really?
Nah. There is a very large chance this is Log4j.
Oh, I did see you mention that. Yeah, I do remember that now.
Because using Log4j, if the system that the query location is running on has active SQL credentials, you can query active SQL credentials.
So that's pushing you away from the possible explanation we just had about the SQL.
Oh, I'm saying using Log4j, you can get root access to an SQL server.
Okay, so a completely different vulnerability then.
Yep.
Yeah.
RDP ports being open. Yeah. Should also have a sign-on. But an RDP sign-on can be found using the proper query in Log4j.
Somebody was speculating that this could have been a compromised laptop of some sort by an employee with keystroking, possibly as the mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Possibility.
Definitely could be.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring in tech with Obed. Obed, if you're good for a go, I'll add you. Thumbs up if you're good. Okay.
Good.
Obed, what's up, brother?
What's up? Yo, so I have a Sprint branded line. It hasn't been hacked yet at all. I can still log in and do the stuff I can do. I'm going to show you guys. Trying to turn the camera around. 'Cause I'm on my other phone, so I'm still able to log in and see the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's been compromised. This is not my line. This is my sister's line, so I'm on that. She probably doesn't know yet, but I'm going to let her know what happens when I get home. I'm in my studio right now, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have Sprint account.
Paying attention to my card because I did pay a bill once with my my credit card, so I don't know if that information's on there because I did use it like on the last bill, so hopefully that hasn't been compromised. Hopefully, so yeah, I'm paying attention to that very closely.
Apple Watts. A lot is going on, my friend. A lot is going on.
And for anyone
There's
that
a lot
has
of stuff going on right now.
All right, for those of you just coming into the live stream, here's how things have played out today. There was a data breach at T-Mobile. Internal documents leaked this morning, I think early in the morning. Tyrone did a story on it. I did my piece on it. It seemed to have been more of a SIM swap type of situation where some accounts were compromised, some lines were compromised and ported out. We figured it was going to be a small number of people, small number of individuals. And then as we were live talking about it, Tyrone, Moose, myself, people's lines, people in the live chat, Tyrone from Tech Life, Carlos, literally had lines ported out while we were on live stream. Also, people in the live chat were updating us and telling us they can't log in. Their passwords were changed. Phones were being ordered on their account. All of that while we were literally live on the live stream. Like we were about to cut off the live stream. We were already at 40 minutes. And it's all out of nowhere just started happening.
I'm sitting here mass texting all my friends, making sure that they're aware of it. It's on T-Mobile still.
You haven't texted me yet?
Well, you're already aware.
Not a friend. Not a friend.
Oh, man.
So Tim,
Must be considered a brother.
T-Mobile employee, how long, is the information stored? Like credit cards, especially?
The credit card, debit card, all that info is stored for 30 days. Your personal information, if you fill out an application in a retail store or online, is stored for 90 days. If you've made a payment in a retail store or online or through the app, the card that you use to make that payment is supposed to be only stored for 7 days. However, I know it's longer than that.
Okay, so Tim, legacy customers pre-2021 probably not involved.
Should be.
Yeah,
I mean,
left that
I
opportunity
haven't
there.
touched my account other than to change my PIN in the past couple of years.
Yeah. So
Aside from the lines Tim added, but I think that was a couple of years ago now, too.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 years.
I would definitely say for anyone make sure I would say get that Discovery credit protection, because they have that. Recommend that to everyone, because if something happens, they'll automatically freeze your account. They won't even call you. They'll just freeze your account if they see something suspicious. So recommend that to everyone, no matter which credit card company you guys have.
Dude, I have that Discover one. That one's really good.
Yeah, I have that too. It's great. It's fantastic. It works.
I just got
even an alert.
It
just got alert you when you forget to pay a traffic ticket.
I just got my friend. She works for Boeing, right? Over there in the Kennedy Space Center. She just said she ordered 2 phones, and then I was like, and she was like, "Wait a minute, these are not the 2 phones that I ordered." So then she looks on her account, and they added another 4 lines, 2 phones, but then she got it caught in time. So now she's on the phone with T-Mobile saying that, "Hey, I added. Where are these extra lines coming from? Where are these extra phones coming from?"
Stuff like that is a lot easier to clean up than a SIM swap.
So I've been sitting here for I don't know, how long have I been on here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, plus like 10 minutes. Luckily for me, the only email I've gotten from T-Mobile was I've changed my only authorized account to only accepting a biometric challenge. Pixel's nice.
Yeah.
So question, Tim.
We got a question. Oh, can I have the floor real quick?
Yeah.
Bet, and I'll come back to you. Santiago is asking, my lines are still fine at the moment. What recommended aside from a password change, Pete?
If you have an option for 2-factor authentication besides your cell phone, that would help.
So one little trick that very few people know, if you have a Google 2-factor authentication key, you can actually lock your T-Mobile account to it.
How do I do that, Tim?
I will have to walk you through step by step how to do it. Or I can send you the literature on it.
Can we walk through it live here?
Possibly.
All right, talk it through.
I mean, I have my Google Authenticator on my phone. I'm signed into my Google account on my computer.
Don't die on us.
Pete, did you just get the ravioli while we were on live stream?
Yeah.
You just got a Marion.
Yep. So I'm on my T-Mobile account, my 14 active lines. I got my T-Mobile Authenticator. How do I get my Google thing, which, by the way, I also have a 16-character password on that.
Sheesh.
And
that's more than mine.
And the only way I can sign into a new browser is by biometric authentication on my Pixel 6 Pro. So if I want to check my Gmail on your browser, I have to do my thumbprint.
That's how I have mine set up.
So why would I use your desktop to check my email? Because I have to use my phone anyway. Oh, for those that haven't haven't heard, I do have a master's degree in cybersecurity.
Congratulations on that, Pete.
Thank you again.
Mm-hmm. Lavendi, good to see you, man.
Do you think?
All
Pete,
right, so I posted 2 links in the private chat, Pete.
The first one says requires nougat.
Well, yeah, nougat or higher.
So, Pete, do you think that this is a? Well, actually, what do you think it is that can be done?
They should hire me.
From a T-Mobile from a T-Mobile situation. What do you think they need to do?
Step one is sack some people. Step two is do a comprehensive audit and increase requirements to access the system.
You mean the internal system?
Yeah, like require supervisor permission as well for an employee to access something.
Wow.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step away for like 90
Yeah.
seconds. I'm just gonna use the restroom and get some water. I'll be right back.
I mean, there are ludicrous ways to require people to do that. So
But the thing is that, like, how can a corporate employee? Oh, go ahead.
Bro, I just got off the phone. I guess I got to go to a store and get a SIM.
Wow.
Cause I don't know, bro. I mean, does it even matter if I do eSIM? You know?
Wow.
Well, they didn't even know that anything happened. Like she was like, how do you know? And I'm like, my phone's not working.
Oh, so question for you guys. So what happens like after the phones are all shipped out and it's too late to kind of, do any action? So what happens are those phones like still usable? Could they use them at another carrier? Are they still locked? Are they paid off? Like what happens?
Well, they're gonna have to eat the cost. They have to credit to people's accounts. They have no choice.
Sheesh.
Yep,
So
they have liability insurance for that.
Yeah.
And so the phones are like pretty much usable anywhere else?
No, they're paperweights.
Because when the insurance kicks in, to cover the liability cost, the insurance will add their own worldwide blacklisting on it and this and that. So even if you go, let's say, to Saudi Arabia and you put their SIM in there, it'll brick.
Yeah, they turn the phones into paperweights, which is why it's kind of, my opinion, it's kind of stupid for people to even try it.
Well, they use it for parts, probably. That's probably what they do.
Yeah, they'll use it for parts, I'm assuming, too. Basically, you might as well go to Metro.
Yep.
So your account doesn't get hacked. But I don't think they take Social Security or driver's license or any of that information. Crap, I even know people with fake names on Metro. It's not even their real name or even addresses either, so.
Man, I gotta get ready to go to the T-Mobile store. This is crazy, man.
What are you gonna do at the store though, Los?
Let's get a SIM. Because,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I was thinking of eSIM, but then I just don't like the inconvenience of eSIM. Because I'm always like, using different phones.
Apple Watch he lost his line.
Oh, he's under, what's his name? He's under one of the community members' plan too. He needs to call that person up ASAP.
Yeah. Is anybody on the Discord able to share this or contact those in the community? Man.
So it seems like it's being affected in the south region, bro, of the country, but Texas, here, where else? Florida, California. Seems like it's the south, bro.
I've been in Colorado since I started the account.
Well, maybe that's because the South regions have the most T-Mobile customers, right?
Yeah, but I mean, regions include several states, so things usually kind of balance out. When you consider about several states, 7, 8, 9 states. The 9 to 5 Mac headline: T-Mobile reportedly suffers another small data breach. Yeah, I don't know how small this is. That's not really something to speculate on at this point. I was thinking the same thing, Zeke. I don't know if there's a lockdown mode that can be activated, some kind of a safety security protocol. I don't know. Pete could comment to that. Maybe there could be something of a system in place for that in the situation of a breach where just everything locks down.
I mean, I'd set up a system like that. I've been in...
like the red button, Pete. Like how they smash the red lever or whatever.
No, it's worse than that. I've been in situations in buildings where the data center had an axe near the power supply for the entire room that says, in case of breach, whack here.
Sheesh.
Literally turning everything off at the power box.
20,000 customers affected? I don't think so. It doesn't feel like that, Pete. What do you think?
I'm in no position to speculate.
Yeah.
20,000, yet we know a majority of those 20,000. You know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. And what I mean by we know those people, the community is getting affected. I just got calls from 3 different people, unique, accounts. Doesn't make sense, Sneed.
You good, Pete?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. Definitely more than 20,000.
We wish we had more answers for you guys. We're kind of learning information as it comes in, as the information does come in. If anybody has anything to share with me, but you don't feel like disclosing it from your username or whatever, if you want to just anonymously email to me, DM me on Twitter, if there's any pertinent information that could help others, but you want to do it that way, please reach out. Let me know. I can update the community just to kind of throw it out there if it can help others,
And by the way, the SMT has also said he'll never have a T-Mobile postpaid account under his own name.
I can't.
No way.
I can't.
Impossible.
I can't.
It's crazy.
Unless they can ensure to me that these things would never happen. How could you? This is 2 and 6 months. Unless I can have a postpaid account that does not retain my personal information. Other than my name, after a week, I want everything gone.
You can. That's called a generic account. Yes,
yeah, that's the only way. Otherwise,
but that's up to the employee's discretion too, because it's a generic number that they put in as a social, and then they have to call in verification department. And what it does is somehow it'll pull your questions in a way, but it doesn't link your social to it. It's weird. But it'll pull your questions, to ask you the questions, you answer them, and then after that, then it's good to go. But you won't qualify as much as, let's say, a person that actually put in their social. So it's good for BYOD people.
In Sneed's situation, He is on a T-Mobile postpaid account without any of his information, though.
But Pete, even I have
Technically.
confidence. I have confidence in the way that you have your account set up with your protections, with your long-standing, like you've been with the company for several years.
Like
So
12 years.
Yeah, so and I feel like with your credit card information, the way you've gone with your protections, you're not really going to be impacted by this per se.
Nope, I just get to piss off this one person and Amex Canada if something happens.
Yeah, but I feel like 90% of the customers that are consumer, non-business, and don't have those measures in place, they're dealing with this right now, like the $4,000 transaction for 3 iPhones and lines and stuff like that.
They have to call my home phone if I'm not the one verifying.
The number has been updated by local news. I'm not sure where Alan is. I forget where he said he was at.
Sheesh,
80,000 now
80,000?
affected. So the last report was 20,000. Now we're at 80,000.
Yeah, that number's going to rise.
Not official. We're
Unfortunately.
not saying those are official numbers. That's what a news outlet is reporting in Allen's market. York, PA is the confirmed market.
So there's word that the store reps don't even know that this is happening at all.
They're gonna know. They're gonna know.
Right now they don't know, but it's gonna come.
I'm gonna have to ask some of the people I know how I can get a job on the T-Mobile security team.
Hey, maybe they'll offer you to hack their systems.
That's the first thing I do once I get clearance.
You see? Do you see? That's exactly what I was saying, Sneed. You hack yourself to see where your vulnerabilities are.
Yes.
Every every user-facing web app I've ever worked on, the first thing I did when I was told, yeah, you're working for us, was crack the living shit out of it.
Yep.
Or try to.
Exactly.
One thing, one device, one server, I DDoS'd an AWS thing, knocking off half of the AWS on the East Coast.
Damn. Yo, Pete.
And we patched that the next day.
Oh, I remember that. Ooh.
So Pete. Nice, man. So if you have account takeover protection turned on before this occurred, does that mean anything to the situation?
You should still be paranoid. I mean, the best known security standard says following this does not make you immune from getting breached. It just delays the time before the next breach.
Stephanie, I don't know about the extent of the involvement here with government bodies, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think that's really even a possibility.
The only authority they have to talk to in the government is the FCC.
Which we've known that they've laid out some fines recently to the carriers.
All of them at varying amounts.
Exactly. Most recently, I think it was Verizon, AT&T, and Lumen.
Yep.
That was the most recent one. Before that, it was the T-Mobile breach from August.
That really hit their bottom line.
Yeah, you
I'm
can't.
being sarcastic.
That's not a write-off though. It's expense.
No, that's the opposite of a write-off.
That comes out of the OpEx, right, Pete?
Yep.
That's what they say. How much was the fine? Was it $250 million? So that would have been.
So for things like this in the EU, you're at 15% of last year's gross.
Oh, that's pretty massive.
The reason The reason why they do that is so the companies cover their asses. So T-Mobile would be hit at 15% gross for a breach, which would mean they would end up finding other agents to help them avoid getting breached in the future. Because 15% is more than an assistive CISO, if I remember correctly.
Wow. We must congratulate Mike Siebert. He's doing a fantastic job.
Yep.
Oh, really, Pete?
Fan-fucking-tastic.
I know you're frustrated, Pete. I could totally tell. It's on you, man. I understand. I don't think anybody has been as supportive and encouraging as you. So I know that this definitely this chaps you a lot.
Pisses me off, man. Pisses me off. But I think the York, PA local news might be causing enough of a hullabaloo. People try and contact T-Mobile and get shit fortified.
So what's the website that they have? Or is this on TV? How are they covering it?
This is a question for Alan Altland.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can kind of lead us to where it is. Or mods, if you're able to access anything that I can't. I'm trying.
So I'm wondering what the parent company of T-Mobile thinks about all this. What security systems do they use? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, that depends on the country. I mean,
Deutsche Telekom.
Deutsche Telekom
Yeah,
is
what does Deutsche
multinational.
Telekom use?
It's multiple different Deutsches. You know, Netherlands, Germany, the original. You know, DT is big time compared to small TMUS.
Okay, so he's reporting WGAL.com maybe is on this.
So
do they have a live stream feed of their news broadcast? I don't see anything right now. Right now, are there any updates? Homepage, local news, national news. I don't know, man. There's no tech thing. No tab. Let's see if they got something on the homepage. Applebee's. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
I'm watching the live broadcast right now from there.
Yeah, Carlos, could you share that in the... Okay, so it looks like here it is. Nowcast.
Bro.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be right back. You know.
So when the T-Mobile and Sprint merger happened and we had that initial network outage, I predicted there was going to be like one more major outage. Apparently that's not the issue. Apparently it's things like this that are the issue. I'm going to see if I can pull up the broadcast. What is it called? Nowcast?
could be Lowcast.
WGAL, right? this works. Yeah, if somebody could email me that link, I can pull it up here. Why is this happening so often? That is a good question. We don't have that answer. I mean, I think T-Mobile needs that answer, actually. Then they could help more of their customers with the issue. News at 4. Okay, so would this be it? All right, I'll see if I could do a share screen here of this news broadcast. This is going to be sketchy because they're talking about the thing that could get me demonetized or whatever.
Could you type that in the private chat so I have an idea?
Oh, what they're discussing on the news?
Yeah, the monetization.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't even think they're really hitting it like that anymore.
Really?
Do misleading information.
I mean, we're pretty objective with that information.
It's not us that I'm worried about. I think it's just anything that they say on that news broadcast I can't control.
Well, when they play it, then share it, and then we can like in increments of like 15 seconds. Then you can pause it and comment on it. That's how you do it.
I'm monitoring the show right now to see if it pops up. I don't know if anybody has a segment of which it played.
I'm watching it right now.
Any updated news outlets on this story, guys and gals? Hey, Green, I obviously want to thank you for your kind and generous donations. Thanks for all that you do. C-band, all at once. For any of the sites that have the hardware, sure. I'd expect it to get turned on January 5th. The S21 Ultra absolutely supports it. Pretty much anything from this year, and I think some of the phones from last year, flagships, might also be a go on that. So, yeah. WJL is the NBC affiliate for Harrisburg. Okay. Yeah, I got the weather news feed. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and actually put that over here so I can see it on my other monitor.
They got light rain.
Yep, it's going to rain.
I could use some rain.
But it's going to come as snow, though, Peter.
We can wish.
Big shout out to Gene. Thanks for the super chat, bud. Thanks for all that you do in supporting us, man. Appreciate it. And we're thankful for you. Wish you a happy new year. Hope you enjoyed your holiday season with your family, and your friends, and hopefully lots of wealth and excellent health in the new year. You know what, James? I can't really recommend anything at this moment because I'd have to know a lot of things about your usage, right? Plans, plan access, priority access, video resolution, the tower grid in your area could be important, the rate at what they've been upgrading those towers. A lot of that comes into play. Typically, what I've been seeing is that Verizon offers really nice coverage. Some of their towers are older in some more ruralish areas. AT&T, due to their FirstNet contract, seems to be upgrading pretty nicely in my area. But again, Pete's having a different experience in Colorado. Carlos has a different experience in Nevada. Me and Tim are seeing, really good AT&T upgrades. So it would depend, right? So, but I could tell you, those are the coverage carriers in terms of overall square mileage. So you would feel confident that they, in all likelihood, between the two of them, somebody's got you covered, I don't know if
Even on Verizon, if you're on the 3G or Band 13 only sites.
Yeah, well, good
Sneed,
luck
how
with
does
that.
Sneed, have you told your brother yet that's on T-Mobile still?
Yeah, yeah. He's been a customer
do you-
on T-Mobile since 2016. So, I'd like to think that he's going to be pissed. He's going to leave. If he's compromised, he's leaving. In fact, he might be inclined to leave just because this has happened again. But he doesn't like Verizon and he hates AT&T. So he would feel like his back is up against it.
Well, it is what it is, right? At
Hey,
this point.
that's my boat. Sneak.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way, Pete. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Everybody's got a history with AT&T, and Verizon has been the go to hell carrier forever. So like they have not people are not enamored by their behaviors, right? But we have no confidence in what's happening right now.
So Alex, you mentioned Log4j. Some Apple accounts have been completely compromised due to that too.
Any new developments in the news outlets? Do we have any concrete information from anybody covering this?
Not yet, bro. But Penn State pulled out of the plays, bro.
Out of the bowl games?
Yeah, they pulled out.
Yeah, that's just another one biting the dust. Yeah, they've been dropping.
Mm-hmm. They probably just don't have enough people eligible to play because of the COVID situation.
Moose, there's not a single updated story on the hack from this morning. The last thing is 7 hours ago from Phone Arena. And that's only because they were the last ones to pick it up. All the other ones are from like 9, 12, 14 hours ago.
Terrible.
CNET's picked up on it? Really?
That's from 9 a.m. PST.
Mm-hmm.
Still nothing new.
9 a.m. Still nothing new yet on that. Maybe it's you know how all these tech blogs, they have like a send your tips link? I think it's because those haven't been enough, or maybe the people don't even have reported that, hey, I just got compromised, So
Dude, what I'd give to get Roger Etner on here.
What's a Roger phone?
The bat phone, Roger phone. Big shout out to Alan. Thanks for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. And thanks for kind of being a part of the coverage here and supporting us and asking questions and finding info. And yeah. Viraxium, I couldn't comment or speculate on the Metro thing. Typically, Metro customers are not impacted by these sorts of things as much. I guess it all depends on what you have on file and what you have disclosed. So, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna this. Let's get it. Let's welcome Apple Watts to the show.
What's going on, Sneed?
What's up, good sir?
Oh, not much. For the record, I did not lose my T-Mobile line through another community member. I still have it. But yeah, this is all new news to me. I just got home probably about 30 minutes ago, and I see that you're live, so here I am.
Yeah, we don't have any type of systematic details that have emerged. All we have right now are customers that were literally in the live chat as this was happening.
And to hear that people in the community are losing their line, we think it's at a masser, scale than what it is at 20,000. That just doesn't seem right.
By the way, I've been texting Sebi and he seems fine.
Sebi would be good to get on here as well.
Remember, guys, the Powerball jackpot is going up. That's what they said.
Carlos is really watching the news feed. Carlos is really watching the news feed right now.
We know what he watches. You would think they would learn their lesson by now. I mean, this is the second one this year, right?
Yeah, but I think what we're learning about this situation is their vulnerabilities are unbeknownst to them. Pete, do you think that's the case, that they're discovering their own vulnerabilities?
Yep.
And they're learning the hard way, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is this due to outdated systems, or what does this do? Not implementing the correct securities and
I speculated it was a lack of layers. Just sheer volume of protections isn't there. But that's purely speculation. I think Pete could probably offer better insight than myself.
It could be lack of requirements to access certain things within data structures, which is sadly not uncommon for many enterprise entities.
so to my knowledge, are the media outlets kind of keep quiet about this, hush hush, or because not everybody knows about this? Like you go to Down Detector and there's nothing.
I don't know if this goes to Down Detector.
Is this related? Could it be related to something?
It would
like,
only be like for outages in terms of service. It wouldn't be like breaches or anything like that.
Right.
Really.
But if their phone's going to no service,
Yeah, that's
wouldn't-
true. But there's no regional association with this, right?
Racoonery.
Not that I know
buffoonery,
of.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, so PA Tech just sent over the link from the CNET story. That was 8:53 a.m., so that one's going to be the information that we had this morning. Appreciate you for sharing that, PA Tech. If you can find anything more recent relative to like within the last hour, I believe that would probably be what we're looking for. I doubt there's anything out there. Oh, snap. Best MVNO just tweeted out and tagged Mike Sievert and Neville Ray.
So now if
What's
you're a
it say?
veteran, you can get a discount at Home Depot. That's what they say. Nice.
There you go.
what is he reading?
I know he's on like Groupon right now.
No, I'm actually watching this local news broadcast. I'm watching the whole damn thing. See if it pops up.
Smart Ring monitors chronic illnesses. Oh God.
So, ACEVO mentions the proof is the customer care wait times. That might be a red herring. That might be people worried about their account, not people with account compromised.
People are mentioning the use of bots potentially for hacking, and why T-Mobile might be having issues with passwords and pins on the website. What's the likelihood of that, Pete?
Well, most people are idiots when it comes to passwords.
So it's even easier than that.
Yeah, most people aren't like me. I have a let me double check how many digits my T-Mobile password is. I think it's greater than 12.
Yeah.
And it's not pronounceable.
It's not really like a word.
Nope, it's something in my password manager that autofills whenever I try it.
So when did we get speculation of this data breach?
This broke this morning.
At 11 a.m. Central, or
No. This like Tyrone had a beat on this very early in the morning. Like he woke up to it. I got up around 7:30 a.m. and some of the news stories were just starting to be published. So
wow.
he even had his, I think, before
Got an
I
update
did.
from Tyrone.
Oh snap!
So that was what, an hour ago. He's already been on the phone for an hour. It's 3 more hour wait time for him.
And he was one of the first people to respond as being affected.
He's one of the first people who has been affected, and there's nothing right now that he can do but except wait.
Do you know if Tyrone has just the home internet for his account, or does he also have voice lines?
He has lines. he has lines for testing. You know, the T-Mobile test and everything. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I should say I should be happy to the executive team at T-Mobile for me not being compromised because I had 3 of their home phone numbers.
Texas Marine just chimed in. My daughter's phone just asked to confirm 2-factor.
Well, deny it.
And so it begins, like the famous line from the Two Towers.
Texas Marine, deny it, then have her change her password.
Have them do what the lady did with me on the phone to delete your whole online profile. That's what I just had her do, just delete the whole damn thing and then just recreate it.
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab a little bit of water. I'll be right back, but continue with the convo. I'm just going to step
all
away
right,
for
guys,
30 seconds.
I'm going to head out, guys. Appreciate the insight. I'm going to pay attention. Still nothing yet. Just changed all my information on that Sprint count, so hopefully that's not compromised at all. So sorry for everyone that's going through that. That's tough. Just freeze your credit and, just monitor it for now until
Appreciate you, Obed. Thank you.
for the foreseeable future.
Freeze your
I
credit
appreciate it,
on
guys.
everything. Yep. Thanks for coming. I'd suggest freezing your credit with TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, all 3. Because here's the thing.
I agree.
Say I just bought a car. So whenever they checked it, I didn't know which one they were going to check. They actually checked TransUnion. So if it's not frozen with TransUnion, they can pull from there. And all the other ones can be frozen.
I froze all mine when Equifax had their not most recent breach, but the breach before that one.
There you go. So there are things that we can do to prevent us from, this happening to us.
So you're a security enthusiast if when you're asked about the Equifax breach, you go, which one?
Yeah, exactly. Is it Equifax that's been breached a lot, or is it Experian? I thought it was Experian. Is it Equifax?
Equifax has been breached 7 times over the past 10 years. Experian has only been breached 5 over the past 10 years.
That's right. You're right.
Now, it's kind of gallows humor that I say only.
This is just so alarming, guys.
Well, Subby is doing the same thing I am regarding his account. We're just staring at our email, seeing if somebody tries to log in.
Big shout out to Rizwan. Thank you for the super chat. T-Mobile work from home on compromised PC equals hacked customer. Thanks for the super chat.
Alan Altman, TransUnion has at least 3 in the last 5 years.
Stephanie chiming in here. Turned on takeover protection, changed pins and passwords, security questions to everything associated with the account. Google Authenticator also attached to it now. Good measures.
Most people don't know about that. I don't even know how to do that.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Apparently, I have to call Cats and ask him why the hell I can't do that on my business portal.
Now Alan needs an adult beverage. Sneaker chiming in here. 7 lines, including family, 4-line T-Mobile One Plus, 1 free line, a digits line, home internet. This is insane. Super nervous despite taking drastic measures. Hopefully everything is protected on your side, and now you can just kind of know that you've done your part, you know?
Hey, you
Sneaker.
know what I'm thinking?
Let you go.
Oh, no, it's all good, bro.
Sneaker, I have 14 voice lines, 1 tablet, 2 watches, and digits. And I'm just pissed.
Bro, I'm going to make them give me a free line.
I think a lot of people are going to be requesting a lot of things.
Hey, Carlos, if you get a Paramount Plus on that, toss me the info.
All right, I got you, bro. I'm gonna tell him to give me a free line, bro. Be like, man, this is happening.
I'll email Cats next week. Be like, over this shit, I want my Magenta maxed.
Yeah, max the whole account, right, Pete?
For Freezy.
And most people don't already know, but if you open up a Better Business Bureau complaint against this company, if they have a lot of complaints, that is not good because they pay attention to this stuff. The government does.
Moose, if you could comment, think about the time of the year, dude, the holiday season, the new year approaching. Who's working? Who's learning of this? Who's responding?
Well, like I said, 90% of the folks are on vacation, right? Some teams within most corporations, almost 100% of the folks, their boss is completely MIA somewhere, I highly doubt that anybody that's able to fix something is available right now. And if they were, they're not by their computer. You get what I'm saying?
So, as somebody who's been on the security teams, half your job is babysitting the battery on an emergency contact line. They should have gotten their emergency contact and gotten their ass to a place where they could fix it.
Right. So, like, I'll give you a perfect example. There's a lot of people that are like probably one person, right, of that team is on call. And let's say the team is usually a team of 10. That one person is going to be able to fix all these things, all these issues? No way.
So, the last place I worked like this, there were primary, secondary, and shit hit the fan, where the 12 people were all called at the same time. For a breach, I'd expect that to be the shit hit the fan.
Sure.
I just hope, okay, that this doesn't get, well, I just hope that they can stop this soon because it's already hitting the fan. You know what I'm saying, Sneed?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed I can access my T-Mobile account. Again, I've been one place where if there was a breach, you had an axe and you just killed the server power.
Mm-hmm. That's the one thing I was thinking about, Pete, is where's the instant lockdown mode? Where's the response? I feel like T-Mobile's trying to block punches with their face right now.
We wouldn't be doing that if I was on the security team, because step one of martial arts is don't block punches with your face.
That's a principle in fighting, right? Don't block strikes with your face.
So, Texas Marine, on my account, they need to contact me if I'm not the one suggesting it, and then I have to go to a T-Mobile store in person. They will not customer care will not call me for someone. I have to call customer care for them. I also have a 14-digit PIN. Good luck forcing that one. Oh, and not even the wife has permissions to do anything on my account.
It's better to always just have one point of contact, right, Pete?
Yep, I trust her with my life, but security, every opening is another point of failure.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
And I'm the only one. I only remember my PIN by doing a math problem.
Apple Watch, do you have an account with T-Mobile, a postpaid account?
I do not, but I had a T-Mobile and Sprint account in the last 3 years.
So you're not necessarily too concerned about this ordeal?
Yes, I am, due to the fact that I was a recent customer and they do have my social security information. So if any of that is released, then that can be leaked.
I see what you're saying. Moose, any updates from your side? Any of your contacts?
No, my buddy from Qualcomm that has that secondary T-Mobile line. He's not even going to wait for the 4-5 hour wait time now on the phone. He's going to be calling back another day because it's not as important to him, right? Since it's a secondary line. However, there are people that are the primary lines. They're SOL right now because they have to wait on the phone. They can't go to a store. They're not going to do anything.
Right.
So it's just bad right now.
I'm probably going to be calling them next week and saying over all this hullabaloo, anyway, we can upgrade some of the lines to Max for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I think EM Tech chimed in here. Currently trying to walk my 75-year-old grandma through the resetting of all of her T-Mobile passwords. These are the people we need to support and be worried about. Yeah, their response is important in a timely fashion. Carlos, any update on your side, sir? Anything that you got going on there? It looks like he may be on a call right now.
He's watching the news right now.
Oh, is he still trying to win the lottery?
I think so.
Okay. The jackpot doubled, Carlos. We get it. I wonder if there are any close contact community members that have any experiences to share as well. Josh, what's going on, sir? Glad to have you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Looks like we most definitely have a situation developing. So Josh says time for a port out party. I wonder what the other carriers are thinking. Like, what the hell? Where are all these people coming from? Sales were last week. And then
remember the last time this happened?
Yeah, weren't the port-in rates from T-Mobile to AT&T really high?
Out of control. It was out of control. Like over 100,000 people in 3 days ported because they were sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I'm going to go grab my chamomile tea. I'll be right back. Moose, if you could kind of address this on the screen, please.
So Lawrence asked a question. Has you heard of the ratch problem on certain radios on the 5G side of AT&T? Yeah, there's usually some ratch problems. They eventually get addressed because those are like a red flag on the network side. None of those go for long. But I know that you've brought up that there has been some sites that have an issue. I will say this, if it is a bad radio, right now, there's no way to replace the radios because of the supply shortage. I mean, we've talked about this several times now, that, Verizon is having issues with equipment, AT&T, and eventually I'm pretty sure that T-Mobile will have a supply shortage of the N41 simply because Ericsson and Nokia don't have enough parts to make them.
On a side note, my home site near me got Verizon C-band, and I don't know what the difference is, but I've noticed AT&T's panels are white, and these on the Verizon site were gray.
All right, I'm back.
I wonder if Verizon is using the Samsung C-band in the DFW area.
It could be. Are the Samsung panels gray?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Any new?
so I gotta
Any,
go to the store. That's what they told me. They called me back, so I'm going to the store now. They hooked it up with some credits, and I'm probably gonna try to get. Lady's gonna call me after she sees that my account is updated with the SIM, and possibly I'm gonna try to see if I can get a couple of free lines or something. You feel me?
Okay, this just in. LastPass members have reported multiple attempted logins using correct master passwords from various locations. Company says that the recent attacks are a result of shared passwords gleaned from breaches of other services.
Wait. You mean people didn't read what LastPass said about having a unique 12-digit password?
Yeah, exactly.
My LastPass password is 16 digits and is esoteric to only that.
We already got predictions of AT&T surpassing another million ads.
Yeah, will AT&T do better after this, Brian? What are your expectations on this?
Verizon growing because of this? I don't know, guys.
So here's the thing. There are 4 types of people who do this. They go, oh, this is just inevitable, whatever, I have a good rate. I'm pissed, I'm going to Verizon or AT&T. The two alternatives suck in my area, or the one alternative sucks in my area and I still owe the other guy $600 and they fucked me on my bill. So before you say mass porting, there is a non-insignificant amount of customers who are between a rock and a hard place when it comes to using T-Mobile.
Totally agree. They've been there for a reason.
I mean, I have kind of extended family in the area on my T-Mobile account, and they have a Verizon line, and T-Mobile's the only line they can use in their house. So,
update from Tim: retail stores getting hit with a lot of calls. Some stores are slammed. Looks like people are going in, Pete.
I'm going to be cool. I'm going to be calling and demanding at least our lines upgraded to Max for free.
I think I like your chances, honestly. I think that's going to convert for you. Big shout out to John. Thanks for the super chat, Broham. These data breaches will continue to happen until T-Mobile decides to spend the money necessary for top-notch encryption. They are an easy target now.
Hey, that's why I said I might have a good job opportunity coming up.
Seriously. And big shout out to John. Thanks for the super chat. We're kind of hoping the Bearded Dragon gets that opportunity. I feel like positive change would come our way.
I mean, there's the carrot and the stick approach.
Yeah.
Right. The carrot would be them hiring me.
Yeah.
The stick would be me working with NTIA.
That's how my Death Star account is now. What's up, Big Term? Good to see you, man.
Thanks for the super chat, John. I can't say your last name for the $5.
Alan chimed in. He just contacted the local T-Mobile store. They said it's a 3-hour wait while I was on the phone with them.
I thought it was John Nickelodeon.
Oh, God. He said he was on the phone with them. He heard a worker vocalize, "Oh, snap. Now more accounts are affected." They yelled it out loud.
Oh, no.
So maybe that's more people coming in and calling in. You know what, Emma? Or Emma 2K? And there are many others like yourself who don't want to go anywhere. Yeah, they don't want to go anywhere. They're not really trying to negotiate that. So I understand.
I mean, most of the places I go in Boulder, if I'm not on I'm predominantly on band 13 on Verizon, and
Only.
AT&T is so congested I might as well not have a SIM.
I don't understand that AT&T situation. Why hasn't the FirstNet upgrades found its way to the county at least?
Politics.
Yeah, the chat is live, Jose. We are live. We're up to speed. We're looking for anything, any type of news updates, anybody out there, customers or those connected in any sort of way. If you have any information, reach out to us by email. The link is in the description. You can DM us as well on Twitter if you have anything that could potentially help people.
So just to let people know, the major city near me, I'm in the situation where one carrier I can consistently get somewhere between 70 and 600 megs down, and somewhere between 5 and 20 megs up, and two carriers that either don't connect or max out at 5x5.
That's terrible that it has to happen on a T-Mobile Tuesday.
Man,
this
they shouldn't be
in.
giving out free Wendy's. They should be giving out some free porterhouse.
News just in. An Excel spreadsheet has been leaked that contains all the ports that were open and exposed.
Yeah, somebody shared that in a earlier comment.
What is going on right now?
Pete, to answer your question, it is a free fry or free frosty.
From
Wendy's. Yeah, I know. I checked when I got my 10 cents off gas.
Moose.
Sneed, you should be taking advantage of 10 cents off Shell every week.
But the Shell's the most expensive gas already, so then you just like kind of break even.
Damn, so they
I'm
have
there
the
within
list.
3 cents.
They have the list, Sneed, of all the ports. I mean, man. It's unbelievable, man.
T-Mobile Tuesdays, bro.
James, I don't need that many phone calls. I'm entertaining you.
Your local hacker is too busy hacking T-Mobile right now, so they can't get back with you.
Is this going to be their reputation, Pete, when it's all said and done?
Hey, that just means if they go with the carrot, it's more of a challenge to make them look good.
Yeah.
Just an FYI, I'm still on my Sprint Keep site, holding on to their band 26.
You getting that full 5 megahertz, or are you dealing with the guard band like me?
I got 5 plus 20.
So you're getting the PCS also?
Yeah, much better than the no service indicator on AT&T.
Yeah, I don't know, John. Security. Lacking of security.
Hey, I'm getting a solid 15 down, sandwiched between concrete and dirt.
Remember that lady that I told you about that called my mom?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently her bank called her because there's now fraudulent transactions at an ATM in a different part of the country.
Sheesh. So they're probably trying to get in and get money, but they don't have the right PIN number.
What I'm thinking happened is this particular bank, you're able to get the digital wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like the digital wallet card. Then you go to the ATM with the digital wallet, and then you can pull out money using your digital wallet. You don't even need the physical.
Is that one of those Apple things?
No, it's not just Apple things. It's also the Google. The Google Wallet has the NFC type way to like scan your card. You know what I mean?
I have not activated that for any of my debit cards for that purpose.
Right. So apparently, the person lives in Los Angeles. They were trying to get the money over there in Pennsylvania. So they were like, clearly this is fraud. So they're now tracking the cameras and all that stuff to see if they can get, some lead on this.
So, in my experience with business banking, if someone not me or the other half tries to access my business account, they get detained by security.
Security.
So yes, it's definitely impacting a lot of people today.
I wish we had more answers, man. This is all we got right now. Kazi,
Both.
I'm not really. I don't really see how one is different than the other in a lot of instances. I think this one qualifies for both. So growing pains. I mean, we had a breach 6 months ago. It's hard, and it was negligence then, right?
Yeah, but this is the thing. They could have used the Sprint system to prevent it. The Sprint system, the T-Mobile employees don't like using it, but it is more secure than damn Watson. That's from 1996.
Yeah, because it's
BS.
from 1986 and it requires a 13 baud connection.
Actually, no, man. The Sprint system is not that bad, Pete. On the iPads, you literally, to access anybody's account. Okay, so with T-Mobile, bro, I remember when I worked there on QuickView, all you do is enter the phone number, and then all you got to do is click the person's name, and then you click driver's license, ID, Puerto Rican ID, passport, whatever, and then you access the account. You're in. But with Sprint, you have to physically scan the barcode of the person's ID with the camera, and then once it verified it's the correct birth date of the barcode and stuff, then it lets them in. That's a better security. And
I
Sprint
could come up with a better security.
Well, I mean, at least so they don't have to spend the money now if they don't want to spend the money now. And then with Sprint, every time you log in, it sends you a PIN. Every time.
What do we say to T-Mobile's 5G leadership advertisements and tweets right now?
He's nuts.
They should cool them.
Should we as consumers be pressing the executives? I mean, publicizing this, I think, is good in this instance, right?
I know I'm going to be pressing the head of business.
I mean, and that's good from your end because, I mean, that'll be impactful as a business.
Hey, he also covers government.
And what does this do for agencies? Where are they at with this? Moose, I think you could comment on this too.
What type of agencies?
If you are, like, for example, El Paso municipal government has a contract with T-Mobile, this is very alarming because imagine a situation like today where the mayor or one of those administrators that needs to do something with their phone, whether it's a phone call or there's a natural disaster or something, right? Or a lockdown because of COVID, right? Imagine you're not able to talk to your emergency personnel. You're not able to get a hold of the police chief, whatever, right? All because of a SIM attack, SIM hacking attack, SIM swapping attack. The account is locked down, etc.
Are they at risk the same as the consumer?
Yes. There is no differentiation between accounts if it's all a list of all the accounts.
There is a slight difference. Business is on the government is on the business side, not the plebeian.
Correct. But remember all those 50 million accounts that got hacked? Those were also business accounts too.
Conveniently, I was not in them.
Very interesting, right?
Sylvain chimes in. Past 2 hours on customer care, Rogers Wireless, someone trying to port my number to a new T-Mobile account. It's only a 1-digit number difference. Wow, that's random and wild. Rogers, that's Canada, the last I checked.
Yeah, and that's a Quebec number.
You know what's very interesting, Sneed? Gotta mention this. Sometimes to port out a number from T-Mobile, you don't even need the full account details.
So what
You don't
do you
need
need?
the social. You don't need the social. You just need somewhat of the person's name, somewhat of the person's address, and obviously the phone number, and then it ports. I've seen it too many times.
It's crazy. That's
You don't need
that's no levels of protection.
no levels of protection. And the reason why I know this, man, is because this is recent. You know, my barber, he ported out from T-Mobile. He didn't have the PIN, so a generic PIN was put on there 0000. Boom, it ported out. No questions asked. No call to his phone. Nothing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, are you sure you're porting out like Verizon does? Are you sure you want to port out? No account security, man.
Man, port out just gets denied. No call for me.
Why should Pete's business account be treated so differently than the others?
I'm worth more.
That's what it boils down to, right?
Hey, that's why your business account is treated differently than others.
Yeah. That's the prioritized. If anybody has any information that they can disclose from anywhere credible, please do share it with us here in the live stream. If you would like to remain without an identity on this, you can just email me. My Gmail address is in the link, has a link in the description. You can reach out, DM by Twitter as well. Any information that is pertinent, relative, helpful, potentially could help others kind of know what's going on. We'd appreciate those contacts. I'm kind of surprised the number, or I should say the lack of coverage so far this afternoon, as things have seemingly gotten worse. I don't know why nobody has picked up on anything. I mean, we got news articles from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then nothing after that. So does that mean that these media heads are reaching out to their sources, trying to get a PR statement? You know, should we expect anything soon? I mean, we're already approaching 6 p.m. in the Eastern time.
Do you really trust Phone Arena? Come on, man. Or SDX Central? Come on,
That's
man.
low-hanging fruit, dog. How you going to put SDX out there like that, dog?
Bro, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna put Phone Arena out today like that too, cause they were talking smack too. I'm gonna put them out hard.
Yeah, I don't know who's in charge of putting the material together, but they're not doing anybody any service, that's for sure. What do you guys think about me posting a poll to the live chat? Should we get the pulse of the people on anything?
Let's do it, bro. Do it.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and post something here. We did a poll earlier. I'm going to go ahead and put a new poll out there.
Damn, bro, I literally got to go all the way to Green Valley, bro, just to go to the T-Mobile store, because I only deal with one store because, you know, they know me there and they don't give me a hard time like the other store that's by my house. Sucks, man.
Hey, that's how I work it.
But when you don't live in Green Valley, Henderson anymore, bro, you got to drive like 30 minutes to the from the southwest to the southeast sucks.
Twit.tv is doing something good, Kazi.
All right, the newest poll is up. It really, I guess, applies to anybody who's currently on T-Mobile, I think. I mean, I guess you could chime in a theoretical way, but that would kind of skew results. So if you're a T-Mobile customer, please do chime in to the live chat. You will see the poll. Are you porting out of T-Mobile and moving to another carrier? If so, which? So no, I'm staying with T-Mobile. Then you get pick Verizon, AT&T, or the other option is prepaid or MVNO. So that would cover your Crickets of the world, your Boost Mobiles of the world, your Visibles and such, as well as any of the other prepaid MVNOs like what is it? Straight Talk, any track phone brands, H2O Wireless. I know there's a lot of different stuff out there. Go ahead and let your voice be heard. Cast your vote. I'll leave that up for a few minutes here.
You know what's sad? What's sad that you literally have to have two providers nowadays just to whatever, bro. Like honestly, if I were a lot of these people that won't leave, due to the breach or whatever, I would at least have like go get a visible line on an eSIM and just have your main number there so you can receive your authentications and stuff like that. And then you use your data, for your T-Mobile if it works good for you. That's how I would do it.
At some point, I think the carriers have to pivot. There must be an option to have postpaid line of access without requiring all of that personal information in there, and they got to make it public and they got to let people know about it.
It will never happen, bro.
Like people don't want to finance phones. They just want service.
The reason why
They could
won't
put it. I'll
happen,
put a deposit. I'll even put a deposit, Los.
yeah, I mean,
Man, this is crazy. 31% saying that they're staying with T-Mobile.
Oh my goodness! Breaking news: T-Mobile Help is releasing
happened?
statements in response.
See,
Oh
there
my
we go.
God! Here
This
it
is
is.
now. There we go.
Here's T-Mobile's first response. If you are to contact T-Mobile Help, here's what they are saying. T-Mobile, like every wireless carrier, is not immune to malicious activity like this. While we have a number of safeguards to prevent unauthorized access or account changes from happening, and we are working with experts to continue to enhance these. What in the actual hell is that? That's a copy and paste from 4 months ago.
Wow.
Where are you reading this at?
That's T-Mobile Help on Twitter. 5:28 p.m. That would have been 6 minutes ago. That is their most recent response. Appreciate you for sharing that, Kazi. Thank you. Appreciate all that you do for the channel.
36% of folks are still going to keep T-Mobile. Can you believe this?
I'm getting a lot of DMs about Sprint customer care right now. How are they treating you guys that you guys are reaching out to me? That must be they're not giving them the deals, the hardware deals. What is going on over there?
Nope, they won't. And another thing too, like the other day, I wanted to swap my device. So you know how with Sprint you have to update the IMEI. So I tried to do it, and it literally just like either forces you to TNX, or it says we cannot do anything for you. You have to take advantage of new T-Mobile deals, and then when you call them, they don't want to offer you like the better deals. They just want to offer you a standard upgrade deal. And that's it.
Wow. People are really sticking it to T-Mobile on Twitter. T-Mobile data breach hits critical impasse. T-Mobile, when are you going to acknowledge the reality? Oh, man. Wow.
I'm gonna comment with the 32% of people. Some of them are indeed in the boat where it's the only carrier that they can go building to building and use.
Lavendi says, I'd rather pay for bad service than have a secure environment. Oh, man. That'd be a high level of frustration. There's the link for the response from the T-Mobile help on Twitter. I think Pete would agree with this. Sprint customers should be viewing it as kind of like free agency. If
the kind of are free agents.
Right. So they should be looking to get the best deal, the best service that works for them.
So nearly 70% of folks polled, right, are saying that they are leaving T-Mobile.
And it's hard to really, turn that into material numbers, Moose, because we only have a small community,
Right.
We have 16, 17,000 viewers, subscribers even, who watches every video, right? I would say probably half of it, my community views my videos on any given video. So typically,
hey, I'm not gonna lie, I probably only hit 95% of them because some days you just post too many for me to click.
Yeah, the days where I got the shorts, Pete's like, what the hell's a short?
I don't know how to use a short.
So yeah, I usually throw a short in there every once in a while, Pete.
Yeah, I'm a cybersecurity guy, not a front end web developer.
Yeah, or a social media file, right?
Oh God, those haven't died out yet.
No, dude, they're living strong. It's like mosquitoes in the summer, dog. Tito asks, how does this happen? And the book not get thrown at them?
It's because corporations have given the FCC what they think are reasonable repercussions for bad acting, and the FCC imposes the replication. The downsides that the industry have said they're okay with back to the industry. The issue is the government in this instance doesn't have backbone.
EM Tech chimes in. Competitors literally throwing money out the door if you switch. Now's the time to take advantage of it. Yeah, if you're in the switcher pool, the deals are attractive. I mean, in most cases, you're trading in your old phone or you're just bringing your phone. And then if it's unlocked, I mean, they're just giving you $500, $600, $700, $800. It's just crazy right now. The level of competitive switcher pool. Yeah, I'm not a fan of TikTok myself.
What if let's just say what if AT&T come out with a deal all of a sudden said, we will give you $1,200 if you trade in your phone and switch? That would be crazy, huh? If you were affected by the breach.
Well, that's what I think EM Tech is alluding to. There's incentive to switch, monetary incentive. It's like a good business decision in a way. I mean, if the carriers have parity in coverage, it's on the table. I think the only way you're not looking at it is if one of the carriers just noticeably worse experience. If it's give or take a couple of percent in terms of quality experience, I mean, it's an option. Yeah, Tito, I understand. TikTok, I mean, Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? I know, dog. Probably end up doing a hotline bling, some kind of dance.
So we've been on air live for about 3 hours. And since we've been on air, I sent a casual text to my dad saying, hey, FYI, if any of your salespeople at the dealership their phone just dies, most likely it's because of this hack, right? Well, he just texted me saying that 3 of his guys, done. Their phone is completely dead. And then I started laughing at him because I was like, you see what I told you? It's not a joke. So he knew that this would happen. These sales folks, they're screwed because they can't just leave work to go get their phone fixed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that it's going to take hours to resolve this issue because you can call as much as you like, but it's 6-hour wait time.
Wait,
Planet Earth
people
wants
are
to join the
buying
stream.
cars with that flu going around?
Oh yeah, even though there's few, selections and the inventory is low, car sales are up dramatically year over year. The price of used cars, new cars is insane, man.
Hold on, is Tim on here?
No, Tim left.
Oh, because he
I'm gonna
would
see.
be.
I'm gonna see if Planet Earth is able to swing through. I think he's got a little bit to talk about here.
Because Tim would be proud. I'm joining the Volkswagen game with him. I ordered the Golf R yesterday. The new one.
Well, Timo News. Let's see.
All right, we got Planet Earth on the update. Planet Earth, welcome, sir. How are you, Ben?
Okay, hi. Can you guys hear me okay or no?
Yes, you are fine. Thanks for coming through.
Yes, I know I'll be on my best behavior because I know it's being live streamed on your channel.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Okay, so they've had another data breach. Ever since that new CEO has come in, it seems very convenient. I'm sorry to say that.
You think it's somehow associated to upper management?
This doesn't bring a lot of confidence in a lot of people throughout the United States. I really, really don't think there's a lot of confidence right now with T-Mobile.
They're saying that there's another article on the breach on T-Mobile. Is it T-Mobile News? Okay, we'll check out the T-Mobile News. Have you been following this throughout the day, Ben?
I got the notification through Apple News, and I'm just really agitated right now. You see, I pay $65 plus tax to get unlimited data on the T-Mobile network. Just for them to have my information stolen is ridiculous, and I'm getting tired of it. This is the second one in less than a year. I can't believe this. They're literally playing with our personal information, our phone numbers, social security numbers. We don't know what these people have taken.
I mean, we're hearing a lot of things from users. They're chiming in. Medardo chimes in. Even with the hacking event, if people were not affected with this hack, then I do not believe they will switch because they don't really know and or don't care.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm not sure about. I'm looking for the T-Mobile News article. I don't see it. I see I see just the same things that have been there for a couple days, but I'll continue to scour, see if they update. For some reason, it's not showing me anything. T-Mobile
I'm
news
sorry.
article gives no new info. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can any companies be sued for losing so much information?
They
Is
can,
that
but
possible?
yeah, they can, but it's kind of twofold. There's an FCC piece to this, and then there's a state attorney general piece to this. So the representation at T-Mobile has to contact to each state attorney general to let them know about the breach, and then they all kind of like respond in that sequence. If T-Mobile was to fail to report to the attorney general of, like, say for example, like what we saw the last breach with Massachusetts, they failed to report it to the state attorney general within X number of hours or days or whatever. So they sued. They reached a settlement. T-Mobile pays the state attorney general's office, as a fine. The FCC put in their fine for the breach. They did their audit. They did their investigation. They were citing negligence as the reason, right? So not offering protections, preventions, and that's how it works.
My question is, how is a multi-billion-dollar cellular company having so many breaches? Is somebody working inside there that's doing this? Because it just doesn't make sense to me, considering that they're a multi-billion-dollar company and they're backed by a lot of heavy investors. So it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. Security should be the most important thing when it comes to their customer base, whether it be for business or personal or postpaid or prepaid. It doesn't matter. There should be very secure in that sense.
I don't.
A couple people in the live chat earlier speculated that it could be some of these could be inside jobs, and
Well, that's
the
what I was
previous
thinking.
one seems like an inside job. Either some guy, because by default those switches lock you out after 3 failures to avoid brute forcing. So somebody would have had to change that setting and then allowed another party or went in themselves and then brute force the passwords. Personally, if I set up a switch like that, you'd encounter 2 C-level executives having to go in, unlock it, and then having somebody they appoint go in and reset the fact that it's locked out until the heat death of the universe.
Is there any way that they can trace who it might be?
Depends on how bad their logging is. I'm the type of guy who says if an event happens, even somebody double clicking a file, it should be logged for auditing.
Pete, grand larceny. If things get bad for Eugene, is that possible?
No, this isn't larceny.
Doesn't fit the definition, right?
Nope. The worst you could be charged with is gross negligence, and this is also there with the people they have in charge of security. It's just gross negligence. We do not have terminology to properly describe or charge issues done with cybercrime.
Pete, Nordstrom just went. I think they left AT&T for T-Mobile. What do you think's going on in their head if some of their employees are affected by this?
They have a point of contact they can call.
Sure.
That is not in the customer care because they're enterprise, and the point of contact can assist them.
Must be nice.
let me tell you, it is nice.
Okay, so here's something interesting. A disclosure from T-Mobile Help, very recent, within the last few minutes. We can offer an extra step to protect your T-Mobile account with your account takeover protection capabilities for postpaid customers. This makes it harder for customers' accounts to be fraudulently ported out and stolen. Still no acknowledgement of the hack. At what point do we get something, Pete? Tomorrow?
I typically, so with company HR, disclosing a breach without a limit for what happened is worse than not disclosing it. The level of understanding, they need to be within 10% of the impact before they should release or would release a statement, because if they lowball it, people are like lose confidence. But if they just say something general, we immediately think it hit 120 million people. There is a calculation that needs to be performed to acknowledge that a breach has occurred, but there needs to be a way to give specific details so people are not, running to the bank and withdrawing all their money. I mean, right now we're only speculating on things based on the information we heard, which is speculation. But the moment something is made official by the company,
We got Alan in the live chat, Pete, saying 150,000 customers now affected.
And that's from his York, PA news.
No, this is from T-Mobile Manager store.
Is that in York, PA?
You have to wait for confirmation.
150,000 is less than 10% of the original one. The previous one. So if we say, it's 200,000, yeah, it really sucks for those 200,000 people.
But people are at work, dog.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Something is just off about this. I'm sorry. This second time now it's happened in less than a year. Something is just off. I have a bad feeling there's a real bad mole within T-Mobile. And it's real convenient that it's always mainly T-Mobile that's always getting their SIM card suddenly hacked. And then all of a sudden, somebody else has your phone number and gets into your account. How convenient.
Ben, you sound like you're on your Google Pixel 6.
Oh, thanks. Is that better?
Yeah.
No, I was saying is how convenient that it's almost always T-Mobile, where somebody suddenly loses their phone number, somebody else takes their phone number conveniently and then hacks their accounts because they have their phone number associated with it. I mean, does that really happen a lot with AT&T or Verizon, or is it almost always T-Mobile? I know it happens with the others, but not as much as T-Mobile.
Yep. I'm gonna say it done. 86 says T-Mobile needs a federal fine. Something has got to change there. They will be getting a federal fine. They got a federal fine the last one. They also had state fines.
Oh, they sure did.
Something needs to change with T-Mobile so they're more secure. And I think it's management. Management needs to bounce. They need to get real people.
I'm saying I need to figure out how I get into their security team.
We need Pete there ASAP.
I have a master's in TCP. I know the interwebs.
Yeah, but Pete, do you think that they're willing to pay you what you deserve?
Nobody is willing to pay me what I deserve.
They're always a dollar short, aren't they, Pete?
Couple places I'm working are more like a couple thousand. I mean, I'd start at the bottom of their security team at
Sup, folks?
85K a
Dennis.
year plus benefits with the ability to get bonuses for fixing their shit.
Dennis, what do you think about the situation, man? Do you want me to?
So-
you want Sneed to do a quick recap of what happened while we were live?
Yeah, give the shortest
Okay,
recap
Sneed,
that I think I know.
Sneed, you do the whole recap once again for all the new viewers.
Okay, so Dennis, are you up to speed with the news from the morning?
I'm aware that there was a breach that affected CP&I data, and that's about the gist of what I know. And I saw your video earlier.
Okay, so that's most of it. There's also a SIM swapping situation as well. So numbers getting ported out and stuff
Sneed,
like that.
tell them what's happening in the first hour of the live stream, right?
Within the first 40 minutes of the live stream, we started getting comments in the live chat that their accounts had been compromised and purchases and transactions were made for cell phones. $4,000 in transactions, phones being shipped to different addresses. It goes on for a few minutes. Tyrone disappears. We get a message from Tyrone. His account's been compromised. His line is gone. Carlos gets his line ported out and sim attacked as well. Literally.
Wait, are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Are you serious? I didn't know this.
Serious. Yes, this happened on live stream right around the 40-minute mark. We turn to the live chat. It's happening to others. Lines are disappearing. Transactions ongoing. People's credit, they're looking to freeze it. Transactions with credit card, debit card. Everybody's looking for answers. We don't really have any. It was developing. It was ongoing, right? And people were getting contacts from the app, like
this is scary.
Two-factor authentication. Please put in your PIN. Like this was all happening on air.
So there's three things I want to say. First, when it comes to this whole issue, T-Mobile is really guilty right now, but I know that they hired a Google employee recently. They have been working on things, but this whole issue is not just in the telecom space, it's affecting all kinds of industries. My hot take, Socialist Dennis here, government needs to come in, set basically a modern day equivalent of like HIPAA, but for like other personal identifiable information on how it needs to be handled, stored, and secured. Because that's the only way to solve this industry problem, because there's not a set standard in place. That's why stuff like this happens. Second, as far as what people should be doing, I'm just going to mention a couple of pro tips for the audience, so that way people can take steps to try to mitigate or reduce the risk of this impacting them. You guys should all be turning on two-factor authentication and not the SM-based two-factor. Use an app. Use time-based. Update your password. Get a password manager, update your password to something strong and random. And T-Mobile uses security questions. Don't actually put in real answers for your security questions. Treat them like another password. Also, and I know you talked about this a little bit earlier, but put the no port out code on your lines. These are the things that you can do within T-Mobile system to try to make it a little bit harder for you to be affected by this, basically preventing yourself from being the low-hanging fruit. And then third, I really hope at this point that this causes enough stink that the FCC basically takes some power away from T-Mobile, since they're clearly not executing on what they do. I know they made steps, like I know they hired a Google person, but they're not doing it in a timely fashion. This is unacceptable. Those are my three things.
I just got a text from a colleague of mine from my prior days at the Thong Company, and you know that meme that SpongeBob in his mind is like fire everywhere, papers everywhere. The cabinets are insane. You know, everything's just crashing. Right?
Yeah.
Remember that meme?
Yeah.
He told me, imagine that, and then multiply that by 1,000, because nobody's at the office. Nobody's going to be able to fix anything today. Everybody's MIA. He told me.
Because of the holidays.
This
right?
is really messed up. This is really messed up.
Oh, that's convenient that they picked this time of year, didn't it? They knew.
I mean, this is not good. Honestly, I'm gonna say something that's gonna probably make Moose a little upset, but I'm honestly surprised stuff like this doesn't happen to AT&T either. Because I mean, for all intents and purposes, if we're talking about security, I mean, AT&T is doing a better job than T-Mobile, but not by that much. The only one that actually I would say does an acceptable job with security is Verizon in the industry at the moment.
Oh yes, Verizon's very secure.
Yeah, nothing is foolproof. Nothing is 100%. I mean, we're just hoping that they're doing as much as they can. I mean, what else could you ask for at this point? Everything is so vulnerable.
Well, I would ask Sneed, I think when we talked about the T-Mobile breach a while ago, I think you made a joke and said that you want them to treat your data like they treat companies' enterprise bank accounts.
Yeah.
That's what I actually expect.
Yeah.
Basically, treat it like it's actual gold, because it really is. Like,
I want them to treat my data like their own personal data. If you value yours, I value mine, and you must value mine.
Like I said, though, treat it like modern day HIPAA information. I mean, HIPAA has so many regulations in place on how it should be stored, how long it should be kept, how it can be shared. That's the kind of stuff and scrutiny that I want when it comes to the data that my cell phone or just telecom companies in general are handling. And it's not just telecom, it's any utility, really. Anywhere that's going to take my social, right? There should be extra measures in place on how it's handled.
I don't even think you need the social on
pizza place. You want your pizza place to be doing this shit too.
I don't think we need to store the social. It's just a one-time authentication.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second, guys.
T-Mobile's the only company that stores your ID. That's nuts to me, man.
Hold up. I know for a fact AT&T stores your ID. Driver's license?
No.
You're talking about driver's license?
No. My driver's license is not on my AT&T account.
I know it's on mine.
Double check on this. It's always scanned every time you go into the store, but there's no AT&T file you're just storing your IDs so that it can be potentially hacked in the future, and then they could be
and I know AT&T took social, and I know AT&T took social when the account was opened. I know for a fact.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's a standard across the industry, Dennis. What I'm saying is that storing your ID, like a legitimate picture of your entire ID, that's what T-Mobile's doing.
Yeah. I mean, as far as social goes, by the way, circling back to that point that you brought up, Moose, social was never intended to be used like it is being used today. And I agree with you that it shouldn't be stored. There are other ways to authenticate a customer. Driver's license obviously being one of them, but also you can there are systems in place that enterprises use that I am aware of where you can basically verify someone's identity using the card that they're using. Like, you basically just check up with like Visa or MasterCard or whoever and confirm some information to basically authenticate this is like legit, right? In fact, I feel odd mentioning this, but a lot of adult websites do that to verify that you're over age 18, right? You know what I mean? So I think
that what they get metadata. What?
No, I'm talking about ways to because the reason they collect your social is to prevent fraud and opening accounts, because it's very common in telecom. That's the main reason, right? That's the reason they get your social, verify your identity, and then of course
the reason why they verify your social is because they need to do a soft credit check to make sure that you're eligible to even pay this phone. the installment plan. That's the only reason why you have a social.
I mean, that's the secondary reason, but a lot of it's also to verify your identity. Like, for example, big cable, right? Why do you think they take your social when you open up an account for the longest time?
Now,
so they know who to tell the IRS dipped out on paying them.
Collection accounts.
Verifying who you are, and then also a way to collect you down, right? But as time went on, we saw big cable, not all big cable, but most of big cable moved away from being social being the mandatory thing. They went to what Comcast refers to as easy enroll. Card on file, debit or credit card on file, auto pay, paperless billing, and then like $1 down, right? And they basically do that so they can check the card, and your card has all the information basically that would be needed if they needed to track you down, right? Because the card is going to have your name, your billing address, a whole bunch of other stuff that you can then use to refer to a collections company, right? It bypasses the need for a social, and it's a little bit safer. And I think the rest of the telecom industry could implement something similar.
I do like the no credit check postpaid T-Mobile accounts. I think that's kind of fair, to be honest with you, on that part. That's kind of fair, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the reason behind why you need a credit check to get postpaid service, especially if you're doing a BYOD device.
So that's what I was about to say. On a BYOD, there is a way on all telecoms, because Carlos mentioned T-Mobile, AT&T has the same way, and I believe even Verizon does, where you can put a generic social of 0000 or 1111 for folks. It was intended originally for international students, okay, that they don't want to get prepaid and they want a postpaid account. If they don't have a social or an ITIN, right, an ETIN, whatever it's called, they can just get a postpaid account. You need 6 months of you need 6 months of good payment history, and then you can get a financed phone that way.
I mean, at the end of the day, can't the providers just accept that like financing phones has its risks? Like, it's a piece of tech, so if someone really was nefarious and they didn't pay and they tried to do something stupid, right, you could just blacklist the phone and make it a useless paperweight, essentially, right? Like, isn't that good enough as a means, right?
Yeah, just blacklist the IMEI and boom, blah, 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 all three carriers.
And then just write it as a write-off, write it as a loss.
By the way, Sneed, are you ready to close the poll, or do you want to keep going on the poll?
I can close the poll.
The results are surprising, to be honest.
A lot of people said AT&T.
That's not the part that I was surprised about. I was more surprised about the fact that about 25% of people want to stay with T-Mobile.
Yeah, after this data breach again.
So the question, are you porting out of T-Mobile and moving to another carrier? If so, which? AT&T 32%, Verizon 28%, and then 23%, no, I'm staying with T-Mobile, and then 15% prepaid or MVNO option.
Can I have an opinion on AT&T? Do you guys mind?
Fire away.
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Well, in my opinion, based on the lower 48 states that I have been to, I've been to Alaska. Is it me, even if it's not even 4G or 5G, is it me, or does AT&T have the most coverage in general throughout the whole country? If you include 4G coverage or even off-net coverage, is it me, or does AT&T seem to have that last mile coverage even compared to Verizon?
I mean, if we're talking raw square miles, I believe Verizon still has the edge in just raw square miles. But AT&T has a good amount of coverage. Most of it's LTE. Some legacy 3G, which was upgraded HSPA Plus, is still up. They have roaming agreements as well. And they have very similar coverage to Verizon, especially with the expansions from FirstNet. But I believe Verizon still has the most square miles of footprint coverage.
Yeah, when I was up in Alaska, I was shocked at how good AT&T's coverage is. Driving from Anchorage all the way to Prudhoe Bay, which is they actually have AT&T out there in the middle of nowhere, at the northern part of Alaska. It's a small like a oil company. It's amazing how well AT&T covers the area. Oh, and don't get me started with T-Mobile. Once you get out of Fairbanks, there's no coverage with T-Mobile. It's all roaming and slow. I think
Well,
it roams on GTC, if I'm correct.
well, in Alaska, GCI is the
GCI, that's what I meant.
yeah. And I'm 99% sure that all the carriers roam on GCI up there to some extent.
When I was there on the AT&T, I never saw roaming on my AT&T phone.
I'm double checking AT&T's coverage map, but I was like 99% sure.
Oh, at least for Prudhoe Bay, it's the most northern part of Alaska, other than Barrow.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's small pockets of native coverage by AT&T up in Alaska, but a lot of it is their off-net stuff. Depends on where you are in Alaska. But anywho.
Yeah, you know what? I'm
The
actually
number
gonna
is
get.
over 200,000 guys.
You know what? I'm gonna end up getting rid of T-Mobile today. Well, tomorrow. I'm gonna call in the morning. I'm gonna cancel my postpaid account.
I
I'm
just
gonna make
got
a
another
burner.
call. I apologize that I left. I just got another call of another friend of mine's family who they are currently dealing with COVID, and they just got compromised.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna port out.
I mean, I'm gonna say something that's gonna surprise everyone, or maybe no one at the same time. I'm still probably gonna keep a line on T-Mobile just because of the testing that I do, but I might look at porting out my main number to my AT&T plan.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna port out, and then I'm going to make a burner prepaid, $40 or whatever, the $45 prepaid plan, and I'm just gonna keep it at that. A $55 plan. That's it. I'm not doing nothing else. That's it. I'm done with them until they get their problems fixed. I don't want anything to do with them.
I think a lot of people are prioritizing certain things right now, Ben. I don't think you're the only one.
No, no. I'm tired of everybody keep stealing my stuff. I got fraud alerts like last week on my Experian. I don't even know where they're coming from, and I don't know if it's from T-Mobile or not, or that breach or the breach before. I don't know. I haven't given my social out to nobody except for T-Mobile over the last 2 months.
I took advantage of Discover Cards identity theft protection. I also closed down, or not closed down, but froze all my credit bureaus, which was extra measures that I took after the previous breach. So I'm just trying not to be low-hanging fruit. I advise everyone that watches to do what you can to, again, reduce your chances of being the one impacted, or if you are impacted, mitigating the damages that it has on your personal life. That's all we can really do as consumers.
Agree.
Man, can you imagine though that during this live stream, 3 hours and a half, there has not been an update from CNET, from the T-Mobile.report, whatever. There needs to be additional coverage on this. We need a legitimate answer from T-Mobile.
I don't know why they're ignoring this like it doesn't exist. This is a really bad issue, especially if people's phones are getting disconnected.
I mean, last time this happened, I talked about on the show when I called in, they were literally like, there's no breach. They gave me a courtesy credit of like $25 or $20 or something as a thank you for me being a customer, and just ignore the breach. I'm not surprised that it's being handled this way, to be perfectly honest. It's disappointing.
T-Mobile loves to brag the customers.
It's disappointing, but it doesn't surprise me.
By the way, Sneed, remember how Tyrone earlier in the program, in the live stream, he mentioned that it's probably only 1% of customers affected?
Yeah, I think he was
right.
I think it's turning out to be different.
So I talked to the guy that told me that everything's on fire right now, the guy internally, T-Mobile.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that it's closer to 5% and growing.
Well, what's 5% of their base? That's like 5% of 110 million, right? That's like 5 mil, right?
It's a lot
That's
of
bad.
people.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
That's
Yeah.
bad.
Right now we're at 210,000 based off what Alan is saying. So we'll have to wait and see.
But people are still getting off of work. You know, and some people have no idea what's going on. They're unaware.
True. So what do you think T-Mobile's apology response will be? A coupon to Pizza Hut?
Everybody gets a chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich from Popeyes?
I'm asking to go to the Max.
Free quarter pounder from McDonald's.
What about a Royale with cheese?
I mean, at least they could upgrade it for people that live in the South and West. They could give us at least an In-N-Out burger or something.
Dennis, I wanted to ask you a question really quickly.
Sure.
So earlier in the live stream, I proposed this idea of, in order to really authenticate your account and to secure your account, T-Mobile might start charging between $5 to $10 per line so that you can get better security. What do you think about that?
Oh, no.
I want
to get an FCC fine so fast.
I was about to say something, and I remembered I was on Sneed's show. But if T-Mobile did that, not only would they lose me in a freaking heartbeat, but I would actively never again recommend. Like, I don't go hard stop recommending T-Mobile that often for most things, but like, I would never again recommend T-Mobile. That is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my whole life. How dare they even consider putting that cost on the consumer? That is their responsibility as a company to be able to operate things, and that infuriates me.
Let me ask you this, Dennis. Can I ask you this one?
Sure.
If T-Mobile proposed to people, we can better serve you if you pay for your free lines, we can better secure you, do you think that's a piece of this? Do you think it's the fact that they're unable to give security the attention it deserves based on money availability, like, you know, CapEx, OpEx type of deal?
I mean, putting it
my question is essentially this, Dennis. Why do you think that the security doesn't get any priority?
Why does security not get any priority? Because it's not sexy to investors. It's not sexy. IT departments are always under considered when it comes to most companies. So
therefore at investor conferences, they don't. If T-Mobile gets hacked, the investors don't care.
Dennis, back it up. I'm an investor, and security is sexy.
I'm just saying, for the general investor, right? Like, let's look at what's happened historically with most data breaches, not just T-Mobile, but data breaches in general, right? Unless it is specifically an industry that is like all government related, right? For the most part, data breaches, there might be a dip in the stock price, and then it quickly just gets forgotten about, right? That's usually the routine. People have a somewhat short memory when it comes to these things. And although it's kind of in the spotlight right now, especially because of additional scrutiny from the recent mergers and everything else, with T-Mobile being very public facing, I just feel like it hasn't been a priority because it hasn't impacted them with real ramifications. Like, when I say real ramifications, I literally mean like them losing the control of operating their company as they please. That's a real ramification, like the government stepping in and taking control of handling how operations go. that would be a real punishment. Not just a fine, not just a slap on the wrist. Like them losing the right to actually manage their security, and the government kind of going in like they did with schools that were failing the Keystone tests, right? They set up a curriculum and said, here's how it's going to go. This is what you have to do. No more outsourcing. Like, those are ramifications.
People going to get fired out of this, Dennis?
Do you think people will get fired? Do I think people will get fired?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the people that get fired are just going to be scapegoats.
Yeah.
The people that lose their jobs aren't the reasons behind. Like, this is a holistic issue that comes not just down to a singular person, but comes down
principle.
to lack of business principle and just lack of procedures and proper training. I mean, look, when we had, I don't want to bring up Los Mobile too much for this, but when we had our issues at Los Mobile, right? And Carlos and I went on and did the apology, right? Even though we lost the hotspot plans, that was due to our lack of having mechanisms in place to enforce the rules and having systems in place, right? To that same vein, even though T-Mobile isn't begging people to hack them, right? The reason this happened is because they didn't have mechanisms in place. They weren't going at it in the right thought process. Like, when you handle security, like Rule 101 of security is assume that you've already been breached. And you're supposed to design your whole security response around the fact of you've been breached. How do you make it so that nothing is interconnected? And even if there's a zone or something that's been touched on, how do you prevent it from expanding further and getting worse? And how do you deal with it in an automated way and have people in place to set up a manual response to address the concerns? How do you relay the information to the affected customers? You have to have mechanisms in place, and T-Mobile clearly doesn't have that, just due to the fact that they're not giving immediate response of making people aware, right? And I don't think it's a money issue, because security is going to be a fixed cost to them, relatively speaking.
That's part of the issue. Security should not be a fixed cost.
Hey, Dennis, what is your YouTube channel?
I don't have a personal YouTube channel that I do content on, but I do produce content on the Best Phone Plans channel with Stetson.
Oh, Stenson Doggett?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I love that guy.
Yeah, we have a channel literally called Best Phone Plans where it's just dedicated to the podcast. In fact, Sneed and I will be doing a show on there tomorrow because Stetson's kind of taking a vacay, but I'll do live streams on there.
Sometimes I cameo there too.
Yeah. I mean, Bearded Dragon, you're more than welcome to come on tomorrow. It's an open party, so.
What time?
Shooting for 7 p.m. That's the normal time we do for the after show.
You people inserting things when I eat dinner.
Well, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, you people inserting things when I eat dinner.
The Bearded Dragon must eat.
Stetson?
You're welcome to eat on stream.
Has Stetson ever came into the Sneedcast?
Yep.
Yeah, once or twice. Twice.
Oh man, you guys got a collab, Sneed.
They do periodically.
I just happen to be more available.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm absolutely infatuated with.
I'm shocked.
Go ahead.
I need a opinion about this. So, one of my friends, she messaged her family, right? That they're on T-Mobile, and they have been breached in the past with the 50+ million hack in August. However, this one, they literally responded saying, "We're loyal to T-Mobile, and that we're not switching until it affects us personally." I want your take.
Wow. How are they going to switch?
Those people have psychological issues. How do you have loyalty to a company that doesn't protect you? How are you loyal to a company not loyal to you? How is anybody loyal to any company if you think about it, right?
I'm
What is
loyal
that called?
to one company and one company only.
And what's that?
Nextlight.
Oh.
What's that called when somebody loves their abuser? What is that called?
Stockholm Syndrome.
Weird.
Yeah, that's exactly what the people at T-Mobile are experiencing right now. Some of them.
Look, I'm gonna say something that is probably going to make people a little angry, but I am a spicy man. We as humans, we're emotional creatures at the end of the day. I don't fault people for being quote unquote loyal to a company to a certain extent. It's just human nature to have those emotional attachments, especially when companies do what they do from a marketing standpoint. That being said, to those people that are out there in that group of people, I would highly encourage taking a deep consideration about what exactly being loyal does for you. Because if you look at the broad market, new customers are the ones that get treated well. You don't get rewarded for your loyalty, generally speaking.
Or like a new apartment, you get treated well. And then the old people that are tenants, been there for years, get treated like crap.
Also, I will also just say is that just because it doesn't necessarily affect you this go around, maybe in a direct way, it might have indirectly affected you without you even knowing. For all you know, your information could have been compromised, loaded up on a dark web website that's going to be resold to the highest bidder, and it might come back to bite you at a later point. I would highly consider using your fun bucks, which is the most important way to speak to the company, saying that you disapprove of what they're doing, and taking them elsewhere. Go to Verizon. Well, go to AT&T even. Or go to Los Mobile. Go to something that's different until T-Mobile actually starts responding in a sensible manner for how they should be treating you. Unless you don't value your personal information, unless you don't value your social and the personal consequences that can come from it, you should be speaking with your fun bucks until they actually do something that is deserving of it. Because T-Mobile doesn't have anything really going for them at the moment. They have arguably the worst network. Their pricing isn't that much better. And clearly they're grossly mishandling consumer information. There's no point to be loyal.
It looks like Apple Watts was right. It was only a matter of time until people started complaining about not having service. As their lines were ported out, they just thought that the network was going down.
My question is, who's hacking these people and who's porting them out?
Hold on, pause for 1 second. I'm with Moose here. I love how people's first reaction is the network just went down.
Yes, that is absolutely asinine. Like Stephen A said, 10, 11, unbelievable.
There's a bigger issue. There's a bigger issue. They're so used to outages that they think it's just another outage.
See, Sneed, you know what the problem is? I would have been in that group of people that just thought the network went down. Because the outages are that frequent. It just takes one power outage, man. The one cell site goes down, I don't have service. I would have assumed something like that happened. Especially if it was affecting all three of my lines.
And then when you try to make a phone call, you have no bars because there's no service. It's kind of suspicious already when there's no bars at all.
Sounds like AT&T in my market.
Which I can't believe, to be honest. I mean, I believe it because of Stetson, but I just, it's hard to believe.
Big shout out to Vamanos. Thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate it.
The misery of applying for global entry is worth the 5 years of convenience. What? I'm sorry. Can someone familiarize me of what he means?
Oh, I have global entry, but it's totally not relevant to T-Mobile situation. But so, Matt, you know, TSA pre-check where you can bypass pretty much all the security checks, taking off your shoes, taking off your belt, and stuff like that.
Vaguely familiar with it.
Okay, so global entry is just the international version. All they do is they scan a picture of your face, and then you walk up to the TSA agent, and then they just ask you some pretty basic questions. Like when I came back from Cancun, he only asked me, I was like, what do you have in the bag? And I'm like, I just have a couple gifts for my coworkers, and that's it. And he's like, okay, have a good day. Boom, in and out.
Man, one time when I went to the airport, they tried to see if my Wii U was a bomb.
I had that problem multiple times with my flashlights because they have lithium-ion batteries, 21700.
Yep.
I've had that problem multiple times. They literally thought I was doing the BOMB.
Hey, they even think my insulin pump's a bomb, so...
They think everything is at this point.
Yeah, but if the TSA is watching, why do they let the shoe bombers on?
I mean, they literally have a machine for all that stuff, but yet it doesn't even go off, but yet they get all suspect.
Hey, so I know we probably beating the dead horse, but Sneed, I didn't really get a chance to hear. What do you want? I mean, like, what do you think T-Mobile should be doing right now to make this right? Like, what can T-Mobile do to make it right?
$100 credit.
I mean, I don't know how they make it right. The issue here is that the CEO came out a few months ago and said, we are going to do everything. We care about your security. We want to see things improve. We're going to put systems in place. We're going to have more protections, more layers, more redundancies, new hires, new techniques, new strategies, all of that. And here we are. That's my concern.
In other words, it's a lie. It's all a lie. They all lied. That's what they did.
Hold on. I know for a fact they did hire someone from Google, and they were imposing some security methods. I don't know how deep it goes, but I do know that they did take at least that small step. And also, I believe, if I recall correctly, after the original hack, wasn't the FCC involved to a certain extent? Did they have to get involved?
FCC totally got involved.
Does anybody know the details of what the FCC did specifically?
Not off the top of my head.
I generally don't know what they did specifically, so that's why I'm asking if anybody does.
The FCC?
Yeah, when on the previous.
Yeah, they fined them. They ran an investigation and fined them for negligence.
Gotcha, but they didn't impose any like mandates to do anything specific.
I think that's what the whole Mike Sievert public apology thing was about.
Gotcha. Also, I'm gonna ask a dumb question. With the person that was doing the T-Mobile store, who is that? Who's this like right above me with the little icon of the coverage map? They had their camera on, showing the store they were in.
I think it was Carlos.
Oh, that's Carlos? Oh, snap. Yep. I didn't realize he was on the stream. He didn't talk.
He's getting ready for me to crash his place next month.
Oh yeah, I've been talking about going out west. I'm thinking about the logistics and quickly finding that driving there would be expensive. I might just buy a ticket to like Denver and then take a rental car for the 11 hours, but we'll see what happens. Point is, I'm definitely going out west. Probably
shout out
shortly
to
after
Texas
New Year's.
Marine. Thanks for the super chat. CLE family update. Cousin drives the Rapid. Out there, thanked for upgrading her lines. Good stuff, man. Big shout out to the CLE.
You know what, Sneed? I'm gonna put something in the private chat, and you tell me what your thoughts are.
Sounds private. Yes, Veraxium. Los Mobile does do Verizon.
Well, we do Verizon, but it's not publicly available for order yet. Right now on the site, we have the Magenta and the Magenta MAX lines up, and then we'll probably do Verizon at the same time.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Now we can. Now we can.
Bro, something's going on with the modem on my 13 Pro Max, dude. It keeps going in and out of service when it gets hot, dude.
Sounds like you might be getting a new phone soon, Los.
Yeah, I think when it fell in water, it didn't help it.
Dennis, should we? I saw your private comment.
Yeah, I mean the one that we talked about. Yeah, why not? Why don't we just announce it live? Carlos, before I announce it live, do you feel like you're gonna have enough time to handle the influx of demand if I talk about those promos that we talked about behind the scenes?
I mean, I don't see why not, bro. I mean, we're not affected by nothing, so.
All right, well then let's do it. For the people that are out there that want to still use T-Mobile's network but have an actual premium experience
and a secured account,
we're going to run a promo on Los Mobile. It is limited quantity. So first come, first serve. I'll put it up on the website for starting tomorrow. But basically, we're going to do a few different deals. 2 lines of normal Magenta for $60. 4 lines of normal Magenta for $100. Or 2 lines of our lowest Magenta Max for $100.
All right, Dennis. 2 lines, how much?
2 lines of Magenta, 60. 2 lines of Magenta Max, 100. And then lastly, 4 lines of regular Magenta for 100. Now, the only thing I will say is that at Los Mobile, we're only doing eSIM activations. So one thing that is worth bearing in mind is that you will need to use a device that is eSIM capable. So that would be iPhone XR and later. I believe Google Pixel 3 and later supports eSIM. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sneed.
I know the 6, the 6 Pro, the
3.
5, the
3
4.
does.
3 does. Very good. And then lastly, that would be like the S21 if it's running the latest version of the OS. So that's the one little caveat, but you'd be getting premium network access to the T-Mobile network and arguably higher priority.
We got an update.
Oh, snap. Cha-cha,
The
hit
Verge
us.
finally reported it 7 minutes ago. They have finally reported it, theverge.com. Oh, man. So you see, it finally hit The Verge.
Here it is.
Finally. Yep. It finally hit The Verge after almost an entire day of waiting for a major...
yeah, but Moose, this is an old story. This should have been published in the morning.
Exactly. But check this out. It finally got traction for them. So that means that they're investigating as well.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, to your question real quick, what about one-line promos? Well, one line, we're still running a promo on. One line of Magenta is only $45, and one line of Magenta Max is only $60, which is still quite a steal. So don't
On
feel
average,
left
you're
out.
saving between 30 to 40% over typical retail and your priority.
No, we're gonna do this. So a single solo line, we're gonna do
Carlos, hold up.
40.
Okay.
Fuck it, bro. We're gonna do 40 on Magenta and 55 on Magenta Max. Screw it.
All right, Carlos, we'll do that then. All right, there you go. You twisted Carlos's arms, but Carlos, I didn't have that prepared, but I'll get that done tonight.
All right, so 40 for Magenta. What else?
Single line will be 55 for Magenta Max, based off what Carlos said.
There we go.
But Carlos, I need to get those coupon codes then prepared tonight. I didn't have those already ready. So
okay.
But yeah, we'll get those done. And I just made a note to myself. We'll post it live on the website for tomorrow. I need time to actually update the website. But we'll get that posted up for tomorrow for people. And like I said, we're only doing eSIM activations. So make sure you're using a phone like the ones that we mentioned so we can get you activated for eSIM. And I also just want to say upfront and clear, please be patient with us when it does come to activations. Carlos is going to be the main man here doing the activations. So it may take a little bit of time because I know there's going to be a big influx in orders. I'm confident in that. So
all right, so we have an SMT promotional opportunity here. $40 for a single Magenta line, $60 for a Magenta Max line. And these are over eSIM activations. If you do not have a phone that does not have eSIM, it's possible that the service may not be for you at this time. When you do get an eSIM compatible phone, please do reach out to Los Mobile support and get yourself a line. We will gladly support you for that opportunity.
Do you guys activate eSIMs on the Android 12 on Samsungs yet?
Yes. For T-Mobile, yes. For Verizon, yes. And then AT&T, we're not doing any activations on at the moment, but when we do, we have plans to support Android-based activations for the AT&T plan.
Okay, wait. So what do you have now for wait. What okay, wait, do you have access to mmWave?
With Verizon or
Yeah.
Yeah, Verizon.
It's true unlimited on device data. So there's no 50 gigs in there. You're subject to slow down or nothing.
Through eSIM?
Yeah.
And how much is that plan?
Well, it's not live on the website yet, like for mass order, but I'll mention the pricing right now. For the Verizon plan, we plan to charge $75 as it stands today. The reason why we don't have it live is because we're actively negotiating with Verizon to try to reduce the cost that we have to pay to them so we can bring it to you possibly at a slightly more affordable rate with a promo or something. But
Is this their best plan for 75?
this is literally the best plan you can possibly get on the Verizon network, period. It
Does
literally...
it come with roaming agreement or no?
Yes, it has all the roaming agreement.
Now, will it say Lost Mobile on the speedtest.net app, or does it say Verizon?
It'll say Verizon.
And the icon is a generic 5G or Verizon 5G icon?
It'll be the Verizon 5G icon.
Ooh, that actually sounds a little appetizing. I'm not genuinely serious here.
Can we, Dennis, if you could address this here from Alex, he says, does the 40 include tax and fees? The answer to that is yes. And then for billing?
Well, Invoice Ninja charges a fee on payment. So that's a fee that's not included in the base cost. Whatever Invoice Ninja is going to charge them to facilitate the payment is going to be
the processing. Okay, so for billing, as opposed to the actual service. There's no tax and fees on the service. There is a processing fee through Invoice Ninja and then the billing.
Correct. Which that fee varies depending on the area, but generally ranges somewhere in between $4 and $6. And it's not a fee that we're imposing. It's just a transactional cost for us to facilitate the transaction.
And that is a secure transaction, so have faith in that.
So there's literally no throttle limits with Verizon. What about streaming? Can we stream at 1080p, 720p?
No, on the Verizon plan, streaming is at 720p unless you're connected to Ultrawide, in which case you can get the full glorious 4K.
But what about tethering?
To the Sneed, you'd know better than me when it comes to tethering because you've been testing the plan longer.
120.
No,
120.
But the video is the video impacted by the throttle on the tether?
It's the same as the on device.
Yeah, okay.
I think in some instances it'll give you 1080p.
Yeah, it'll give you 1080p.
In most cases, guys, the Verizon Access has 1080p. I haven't had any issues doing 1080p, even though it says 720p.
But not to get too sidetracked, like I want to be mentioned and be clear here, the Verizon is not going to be being sold yet, like publicly. Like it's not on the website. It's not right now. It's just a small group of people that we did a little bit of activations on for testing purposes.
It's more like beta. Yeah.
But it's not it's not ready yet for prime time. We're still doing negotiations.
If it's possible, I am one of the most addicted speed testers. I've been doing speed tests since 2007. I would like to try that plan as soon as possible.
Well, if you want to DM me on Twitter or in the Discord, we can have conversations and looking at getting that possibly done for you. Like I said, though, it'd be at the $75 rate as long as that's acceptable to you.
Hold on, Aaron T, that's a good question. How is roaming on those mobiles if there's no native T-Mobile coverage here? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're in an area where it roams off of, let's say you're on US Cellular, example, and it just roams off US Cellular because there's no native Verizon, there's no native T-Mobile, no native AT&T coverage there, then eventually you will be subject to disconnection for if you use way too much data. But it does work in those areas where Verizon roams off of a partner. But at the time you're traveling through those areas.
Please treat roaming as a temporary solution to a momentary connection. It is not a primary long range connection. Like you don't want to stay on roaming very long.
And it's also worth mentioning, for all intents and purposes, we do have a hard 2 terabyte cap. Just throwing it out there across the board. People that use over 2 terabytes will have their line suspended.
Do you give any warning or straight disconnect?
It's just straight disconnect at this point. I mean, we can't. If you want to look at the PSA, look. Long story short, there shouldn't be we're not trying to be a home internet replacement. Is basically the gist here. And realistically speaking, no one should be using over 2,000 gigabytes on their phone or tablet. So,
bro, I've tried to use 2 terabytes on my on-device data, bro, and that's running speed test through millimeter wave, and I can't even do it. The most I've gotten was
Oh my.
500 and something gigs.
Okay, Carlos. When millimeter wave first came out, and I was at the Verizon millimeter wave in Houston, I literally kept doing speed tests from about 7 a.m. to about 2 p.m. I ended up using 3.02 terabytes on the Verizon app. It said I used over 3 terabytes in less than a few hours. But I was getting almost 3.8 gigabits per second on each speed test. I literally got addicted to it. I couldn't stop doing it because I had never seen speeds like that.
If I could, please, Vamanos, thank you for that very generous donation. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Talk about deprioritization at what limits. So the Magenta and the Magenta MAX lines are well understood. Those terms are standard terms, right? So the video res playback, all of that is the same. So Dennis, what do we got for the Magenta?
Yeah, so for regular Magenta through us, you get 100 gigabytes of priority on-device data. Afterwards, you're subject to network deprioritization. For Magenta MAX, there is no deprioritization. It's unlimited on-device usage. The differences between the two plans is on the regular Magenta, you get 50 gigabytes of hotspot. On the Magenta MAX, you get 100 gigabytes of hotspot. And those are in the descriptions for the plans on the website.
All right, so check the website for those specific terms, as Dennis has outlined. I think it's pretty much it for those two plans, right?
Right, that's it for those two plans. As far as the AT&T plan, whenever we bring that back, that is the only plan that we're able to offer that has true unlimited on-device usage and true unlimited hotspot for the AT&T plans that we sell. And then lastly, there is the Verizon plan, which as it stands today is unlimited on-device usage, never subject to throttling, and then 120 gigabytes of hotspot.
This is mobility access, guys and gals. Do not mistake this for home internet. This is mobile access.
Hey, I gotta ask you, Dennis, I think your name is. I'm sorry.
Yep, like Dennis.
I got a question. Okay, Dennis the Mess. Oh, okay, so when you bring that AT&T plan back, how much is it about?
So non-promotional price for it's $70, but we've been actively running a promo on it where it's going for $65.
And that includes unlimited talk, unlimited text, unlimited data, and it includes unlimited tethering at high speeds?
Correct.
Oh, man, that is a really nice. That sounds more like a business, like an enterprise kind of plan. That's amazing.
We have breaking news. As it pertains to the breach. Confirmed data breach is now confirmed from other carriers. Verizon, AT&T, other carriers are aware that the breach is ongoing, is happening. It looks like customers are likely indeed porting out and going into other carriers. It appears that maybe it is such a substantial number of customers porting out that the competitors are now probably eagerly and graciously accepting those customers onto their networks. So for those of you that were curious as to whether or not the other carriers were in the know, it appears that they are, and they could tell in their numbers. It looks like people are indeed getting fed up with the ordeal and more customers porting out of T-Mobile and joining other carriers like Verizon and AT&T. Confirmed.
Hey, bro. I'm here at the T-Mobile store right now. So there's a couple more people that just walked in. No service, bro. And there's
now, Carlos, if you can monitor, their entry and their exit, see if you can kind of catch the vibes and then
this lady there. And this lady right there. She's
Alex, the source is
account number.
The source is internal on this. Right now. Okay. Mill Dog with the super chat. Thank you so much. This could be the crushing blow to T-Mobile. If I was the other carriers, I would jump on this, of course. This would be a stimulus for their quarterly earnings. If Verizon and AT&T weren't having killer quarters, this last week could be big. And of course, we know that AT&T is reporting, I think, on the 24th of January. Verizon's probably the same week, and then T-Mobile will report probably the second week of February. Go ahead, Ben.
What is y'all's cheapest mobile on the of any of the carriers that you guys currently support?
It would be the Magenta plan.
Magenta. You mean the one that costs $65 or the $75 one on T-Mobile?
40.
40.
And what does that come with?
100 gigabytes of priority on-device usage and 50 gigabytes of hotspot.
That's actually really fair. Actually, when you think about that, that's really fair.
And then, like I said earlier, you can get if you're a family and you need like 4 lines of that Magenta plan. Like I said, 4 lines for $100. You will not find better pricing with premium access than that.
The real T-Bell says, I'm trapped with financing 2 phones. Any advice on how I can get out so I can port somewhere else? Nobody at this time is paying for you to switch. I think they are, aren't they?
I believe Verizon. Verizon was definitely doing a port out thing where they
stuff. It was like 800 or 1,000 to switch.
And I thought AT&T might have been doing something, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. I have been hearing rumors and speculation about AT&T ending some of their promos soon. So if you're thinking about switching to AT&T and taking advantage of their device promos and switching promos, I think now is the time to strike while the iron is hot.
Apple Watts, for the video throttle on the Magenta MAX, there is no video throttle, but it does require the customer to turn off the what's the feature that they call it on T-Mobile? Is it just video stream binge on? Is that what they still call it?
No, they call it HD video, I think.
Yeah, so on the T-Mobile Magenta MAX plan, the customer has to actually go in through the website, from what Carlos told me, and actually turn on like the HD video. And then for the Magenta plan, I believe it just has the normal 4DP. And Carlos, correct me if I'm wrong.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so Magenta MAX, no video throttle. I know that for a fact, but it requires you enabling the HD. Magenta still 480p, just like the regular Magenta plan that T-Mobile sells.
Hey, Planet Earth, you got 2 things in here. I don't know if you could fix that. We got you in 2 spots here. Alan, with the new update, number of customers affected estimated at 6 million, according to Alan.
Bro, what is the QCI for the Verizon one? Does anybody know?
They're trying to do cleanup at the store right now, bro. Like, they're trying to get these people not to fucking leave, bro. Like, they're asking for account numbers. They're getting mad. One dude was like, I need my account number,
Hello?
man. I don't want any credits. I don't want nothing.
So you were asking what's the QCI value for the Verizon plan?
We're going to see if we can get him back in. It looks like we're having connectivity issues.
But yeah, bro, these people are getting mad, bro. Really mad. So they're trying to, like, Band-Aid it, and they don't want the Band-Aid. They want their account number to get the hell out.
I got confirmation from my guy.
Apple Watts. The what I said earlier was the video throttle for the lowest mobile T-Mobile plans. So the Magenta MAX, no video throttle, but it requires you enabling the HD. And then Magenta is 480p.
I got confirmation from my guy at one of the stores here in SoCal. They have a line outside the door because of COVID protocols of all people trying to port out from T-Mobile into AT&T.
Bro, that's how it is here right now. These people are getting their damn account numbers, but they don't want to give it to them, bro. They're just trying to give them credits. They're trying to see if they can issue credits and all this shit.
Do these people get rowdy, Los? Do you see them getting disgruntled?
Yeah, bro. The one dude just smacked the phone on the thing, and I think he broke his phone because he's looking at it. He's like, I just want my damn account number.
I know this is gonna sound super stupid, but they can get their account number correct just by signing on the account online without having to go to the store, right?
What if they went on to the T-Mobile website and took that out?
Their phone wasn't working. That's the problem.
Fair point. Well, I mean, they could. Well, I was gonna say, I mean, if your phone's not working, you can still connect using a computer or something else that's internet connected. But fair point. I understand.
Most people don't even have a computer nowadays. It's just their phone.
or connect the phone to Wi-Fi. But I got you.
Yeah, Chad, T-Mobile's affected by this.
Also, I just realized I thought of a scenario where it wouldn't work because it always asks for two-factor. If they never set up any two-factor and it uses SMS-based, then yeah, they wouldn't be able to get in. You're right. I didn't think it through.
Question, Dennis. Los Mobile, Verizon service. When do you expect it?
I mean,
a couple weeks?
Sometime next year. I mean, right now, the big fish on our plate is still working on the things that we discussed in the previous apology thing, which, I mean, Sneed, you've been a huge help and helped me with the invoicing. You've seen what we've been having to go through to get that looking clean and orderly, right? Like, that's still a big project on my plate and focus. Sure. And then also, of course, is the AT&T debacle. We want to make sure we got our AT&T plans going, and I know that there's going to be a lot of work coming up here as the hotspot plans turn off tomorrow, and I know that we're going to be doing a lot of work on the AT&T side. Carlos, is the information you told me you needed the one night, that's 100% confirmed? Like, that's what's happening, or has your guy still not confirmed on what comes next for AT&T?
What happened? I'm so sorry. I had a phone call and
the conversation that we had the other night was when you talked to your person. Is that 100% confirmed? Like, the information that we're going to need for people that we're porting in and stuff with AT&T? Can I talk about that?
We'll have to do something. We're only the people that came in, only the ones that came in with their own thing. But I got an extension. I got to talk to you. I'll talk to you later about it.
Okay, well, TLDR, there's some stuff that we got to do on the AT&T side of things still to make sure that's all in the good of the order. And it's going to be a lot of manual labor and work, and it's going to be intensive. And for right now, until we resolve that main feature, I just want to focus on selling the T-Mobile lines, just because they're the ones that are kind of, relatively speaking, being the easiest to deal with at the moment. And go ahead.
But Dennis, I think we can take some if they're part of our Discord or our Los Discord, I think we can take some activations on the red side. I don't see why not. I mean, we can't do a heavy volume, but we can take some.
I mean, it's not going to be on the website for a while, and I would say sometime next year is when the official launch will happen. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Bert, I don't see why not. I think pretty much every carrier offers military discounts at this point.
Hey, Carlos?
Yeah.
Are you writing this text here on the website here?
I updated a lot.
On Los Mobile?
I updated
you
a
would
lot
have
of the
to
text.
talk to Dennis. Yeah.
I was going to say, it was very eloquently said here. I just read the whole thing. Very eloquently done.
Well, thank you. You're talking about the PSA?
Dennis is quite
the whole
eclectic,
thing.
So
that's that working in the corporate world. Yeah, no, I wrote that PSA up. I mean, to be clear here, the words that the apology, like the very beginning part, like those were Carlos's meaning. I just helped him turn it into pretty language, basically. But yeah, thank you.
I'm proud of Carlos over here. I really am.
Wow. So within 4 hours of this live stream, Sneed, so much has happened, man.
So literally it went from few customers to 6 million. Is that what somebody said?
And growing, Chacha, and growing.
So the problem with military discounts and the reason why Los Mobile is probably not really able to do anything specific for military discount is the rates are already heavily discounted, and it's hard to go beyond what's already offered. Like, take for example Los's promotion for the Magenta and the Magenta MAX lines. I mean, that's bare bones. There's not much upside for him, so there's not really much else to discount. So I mean, it would be really hard to squeeze anything else out of there with a military discount.
They have to look at it like this, Need. So you go to regular T-Mobile, you get the 4-line for 100 deal, but you're on Essentials. You're not even on Magenta. You're literally in the bare bone.
Yeah, I think Bert is just curious to see if something could be supported. It's just we know that we're really bringing it down to the bare bones. To keep the premium access, there's just no more room for any type of discounted rates.
Like I'll just say this, Bird. If your concern is, if you think that we're doing this for just like straight up like maximize profits, I promise you we're
No,
not.
I think Bird's just curious,
Yeah.
to see if there's something there. I don't think it's anything like that.
But yeah, we're trying to keep things affordable. Like we want to make sure people can get connected to the best of our ability. I want to be clear again though, and emphasize this in case I didn't emphasize this. This Magenta promo is going to be limited in quantity, so it will be first come, first serve when it goes live. And like I said, to be clear here, don't go panicking to the website right now. They're not on there. I will put those up tomorrow, and then specifically the single line promos that Carlos decided to mention, I will also get up for tomorrow to have that ready. So let's call it, say, just look for tomorrow. It'll probably go up sometime tonight. I probably won't sleep. I'll just work through it, and it will go up there.
So basically, all we want to do is give the highest premium connection that we can on the QCI. That's all we're trying to do. Because hold on, guys, I'm getting assistant now. Hold on.
No problem. All right, big shout out to Jose. Thanks for coming through. In terms of Brandon, I don't think they have any plans on doing anything quarterly or annually. Just recurring billing is kind of the preferred measure for payment.
Yeah, for right now, that's what we're doing. There's not a lot of I can't think of a way to make it make sense realistically, and I could foresee a lot of problems with doing long quarterly bills. For example, if someone needs to port out for whatever reason sooner, right? I can imagine discussions that will go with that. For right now, monthly just seems to work.
Okay, so here's what I'd recommend you do, Bird. Email support@losmobileusa.com. Is that right, Dennis?
Correct. support@losmobileusa.com.
Yeah, email, put the description of what you're curious to inquire about. 10 lines, I think that's something that at least could be looked into, right? Like we could definitely take a look to see what we could do for you with pricing. But it's going to be a case-by-case situation. But we will definitely inquire. Just throw your email in there and see what you can get in terms of a reply. Case-by-case situation, you never know. It's a lot of lines, man. 10 lines.
It is. I mean,
I'd be curious to know what you're paying right now and with which carrier, because I know at 10 lines, most people's bills would probably be somewhere
like $300,
at least $300. That's right, Jose. Another breach.
Bird, I will just say as a reminder, though, remember, eSIM activations is the way we're going. So if we do discuss 10 lines, just be conscientious of that fact.
To everybody out there, eSIM is the way. And if you're unable to do eSIM because your phones don't support it, it's quite possible that Los Mobile is not the right carrier for you at this moment. But when you do have eSIM-based phones, definitely look into Los Mobile as a way to get the best price on the highest priority QCI on all networks. With competitive tethering and hotspot, unlimited on-device data usage, no frills, real type unlimited access plans. Yeah, Chad, it continues to be an ongoing thing that haunts them, the security issues.
Jose, thanks for the super chat, my man.
Yeah, big shout out to Jose.
Hey,
thank you for that super chat.
Hey, Steve, I'm going to send you a screenshot of this real quick so you can see. Send it to your Pixel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, Sneed.
Yes, sir.
I just got an update from my guy at T-Mobile.
What do you say?
He's saying that it's looking more like 10 million is now affected.
I know this is going to sound like a really stupid question, but like, is the breach just like happen and no one's doing anything to stop it from exploding, or is this like all from the initial breach?
That's a good question, right? It's one, they don't know how many people in the beginning are affected, right? Two, they don't know if this affected breaches because of the initial like library that Sneed was mentioning. You know what I mean? The library that was supposedly easy to get information off of, or is it just like a SIM swap attack now that is because of another breach earlier in the year? You know, they have all these passwords still, and most people don't change their passwords, man.
Yeah, no, I updated my password immediately after the breach. I use not a sponsor, but I used 1Password, and I just randomly generated a password. But so far, knock on wood, my main line at least hasn't been affected. I don't know about my other lines, but I only really care about my one number. So, oh man. Can you
Big shout out
SIM
to
swap
Jose.
with
Thank you.
SIM? Wait, can you? Alan asked, can you SIM swap with eSIM?
An eSIM, yeah.
Is this, I'm assuming this is in relation to Los Mobile. I'm gonna assume.
No, the T-Mobile breach.
Oh, with the T-Mobile breach, yes. People can still perform a SIM swap with the eSIM, because the way a SIM swap works is basically a nefarious person, whether it be through pretending to be you when they call in or whatever, will request for a SIM to be activated on a different device that is not yours. Heck, they could even do an eSIM activation on a device that is not yours. And they get access to your number, and then they use that access to then start logging into all your different bank accounts that are things that you probably had your number tied into for two-factor authentication and stuff like that. So yes, eSIM does not prevent SIM swap attacks from happening.
No, Baby Yoda, I had to postpone that podcast. We'll probably do it here in the next couple of days. All right, Bobby. Big shout out to you. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate the support and the donation. Mucho gusto. Yeah, that is true, Jose. Once they get a hold of that SIM, they're moving it around, dog. Absolutely. Oh, what a terrible day it turned out to be.
And like we were mentioning in the beginning of the stream, Sneed.
What do you think Keon is saying right now, dog?
Damn, Keon. Well,
yo, somebody tag Keon right now. In fact, I'm about to do it, dog.
Sneed, like I was mentioning, isn't it interesting that we started out this podcast? It was just supposed to be a PSA, right?
Right.
Talking about the PSA, hey, this thing is, and then as we have been on the live, you know, the Cha-Cha has been exposed, compromised. He had to go to a store. He's seeing the traffic, how many people are pissed off. This is crazy.
More coming in. Dude. Somebody just got a text saying that they should got swapped too. They just walked in. Family of 4.
I'm just gonna say something, by the way, real quick. It's stuff like this it's events like this that are the reason behind why T-Mobile is never gonna win a meaningful contract from the government.
It's hard to argue that.
Like, even if T-Mobile ends up dominating in network coverage on 5G, if they can't get their security together, they're never going to win a bid from the Department of Justice.
Speak to it, Moose.
One of the things that the Cha-Cha has always told me is that there's only 2 carriers that the government truly relies on. Okay? All the senators are given an option. All the House of Representative folks are given an option. What do you want? You want Verizon or do you want AT&T? Period. They're not given Sprint at the time. Back in the day, they were not given T-Mobile at the time. They were given 2 options.
That is actually untrue, because Sprint, I remember, was very common amongst congressional officials who were using BlackBerry at the time.
Yeah, but Sprint's not around anymore.
Back then, I'm saying.
But my point is that there's only 2 options, period. T-Mobile is not even discussed. And you know what else people forget about? They're not even owned by the United States shareholders fully. They're owned by a German, entity called Deutsche Telekom. So T-Mobile is not a U.S. company technically.
It's not American. It ain't American.
These are facts. T-Mobile is owned by the Germans.
Yeah,
More than
bro,
40%.
ham and cheese. That's right, dog. Oh yeah, sure. I believe doctors use AT&T. The discount's crazy good. Ain't
Dude,
that
I'm
right,
just
Moose?
I'm
They
just
use actually
picturing
FirstNet.
I'm just picturing an ad right now that AT&T should do where they should have
call
like
care to, because now it popped up, because the message popped up that my account was affected. Yeah.
That little exclamation point came up. And that came up.
Yeah, the security. Okay. Cool.
dude, I'm just if I was in marketing,
No, I mean with that sim.
if I was in marketing, I would run an AT&T ad basically emulating what Marble used to do where doctors would recommend like a cigarette. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend AT&T wireless service. I could see that being hilarious. Moose, you should get on that. Let your marketing departments know, or someone at AT&T know, whoever your contacts are. Dude, it would be hilarious, bro. Hold up. I want to be clear here. There's one thing that AT&T sucks at. It's their ads, dude. They haven't had a good ad since they got rid of the girl. I can't remember her name.
Lily's still on.
Well, I don't see her.
Lily.
Yeah, Lily. Well, technically, the real situation here is that
Sean, no. I don't think so. I think some military use T-Mobile, but I wouldn't say a lot, my friend. Yeah, I wouldn't say a lot.
A lot are on Verizon.
Hey guys, if you activated takeover protection after the breach earlier this year, would we still be at risk? Of course you would.
I mean, I'll put it this way: activating the takeover protection is better than not activating the takeover protection.
Yeah, I mean, it's an added layer of protection. I'm just saying nobody's immune.
Right. The goal here is to basically make the odds in your favor that you won't be affected, and if you are affected, reducing the possible damages. Which one thing you should do, and I highly encourage doing, is putting a freeze on the credit bureaus. So if someone steals your social, they can't open up stuff in your name. It's free. You can do it with Experion, TransUnion, and what's the third one? I'm blanking on the name. Someone help me, please.
What were you speaking to?
The 3 credit bureaus putting. Thank you.
Experion.
Yeah,
what
Equifax. Equifax, TransUnion, and Experion.
Experion.
Yeah, you can go to their websites. It's free. I recommend putting a freeze on it, so that way if someone gets your info, they can't open up any accounts in your name. Changing your password, having 2-factor authentication turned on, using like a actual app that's time-based, and having like the port-out protection. Just do what you can to make yourself not low-hanging fruit.
To me, this is just mind-blowing, guys, that I hope that the live stream today has brought to light just the fact that these carriers are trying to do the misinformation campaign, like hide the information that there's a breach.
I mean, does it
I think what it
surprise
stresses
you?
Moose also is the fact that 5G leadership, amongst other things to brag and boast. I mean, all those things are nice and fantastic and dandy. Daffodils, daisies, roses are red, violets are blue. But the fact remains you must secure your customers.
But
and does it
going back
surprise
to
me? No.
Yeah.
It's just shocking, that we have people, Carlos was with the microphone on for a little bit, right? The guy had no idea what the hell he was talking about. That there's a breach? What is this? What is a SIM swap?
All right, so I used to manage a softball team. I was, I'd set the lineup, I'd recruit players, and year to year we'd have new roster composition, people that wanted to play, and I would recruit. And I would bring these guys on to like kind of sort of just try out. Most of the time I'd give them a roster position, where they were in the order and the outfield and the infield. That was all just based on performance. And something I used to tell some of the younger guys was like, look, you're lazy and crazy. They want to make these incredible, tremendous plays where they're doing somersaults and jumping over the fence, hitting grand slams. They wanted to do all the fancy stuff, but none of them wanted to do the basics. like getting the glove down on a ground ball. They were lazy to get their glove all the way down on the ground, but they wanted to make diving catches all the time, right? So when you can't do the basics, your performance is going to always suck. And that's what I think security is. It's a basic. It's a fundamental principle. It must be addressed. It's a non-negotiable. You have to do it.
Sneed, I hope you don't mind when I do this, but I just want to address a chain of comments that's coming in from Bird real quick. Bird, customer support's outsourced by every major company, and they're not using China. They're using the Philippines, typically, India, and different parts of South America, typically. Verizon's no different. Let's keep the same energy.
Well.
Customer service is not known to be good in the telecom industry as a whole. Let's keep the same energy for all the carriers. Yeah. I just wanted to address that real quick. I hope you didn't mind, Sneed.
Not at all. That's the truth. Any new information coming in from any news outlets or any users? Anything new before we close out the live stream?
I'm about to drive past the T-Mobile store. If there's a line outside the T-Mobile store, you know what it's about.
Yeah, that'd be good to know too. If some of you guys are out and about, if you go by a retail store, an update, even if you can go in, that's even better. I know Carlos is there dealing with his issue.
Man, I have zero desire to be anywhere near one of those stores. I can already see the news tomorrow morning. Local Pittsburgh man throws chair through glass window. Like, those little bar stools that they have in there? Dude, I can already picture the headline. I'm already picturing it. KDKA tomorrow morning. It's going to talk about the breach, and I guarantee they show some clip of some dude just throwing those little white bar stools they have in there just through one of the windows. I'm calling it. I'm calling that's a thing.
I'm sure there are many, many disgruntled and angry customers, I'm sure.
Wait, do we have a troll in here, or am I just dumb? Last person that commented that you see.
Chanel?
Yeah.
No, he's good. He's good.
Okay.
That's Lawrence. He's good.
Okay. Just an odd comment.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
Oh, man. Very interesting times we live in. But
I was gonna say, who would that be trolling anyways? Is that a specific person? Is that me?
Well, no, it's politically related. It just seemed weird.
That's crazy that on my Sprint account's not even showing my name.
Yeah, it's showing Hernandez.
They changed the name to Hernandez.
Yeah.
The hell? All right. Let me get the phone. All right, thank you. All right, you too. Dude, my fucking Sprint account doesn't even show my name. They changed the name of it, bro. It shows Hernandez and the last name.
Damn, bro, they just changed your name to Chicharito Hernandez, bro. That's messed up.
It shows Brian Mendez Hernandez on the thing, bro.
Shit.
Bro, it doesn't even show my name on it.
Wow.
Because he tried to scan my ID, and then on the third time it said verify customer with through whatever, and then he put the drop down, and it doesn't show my name on there. It just shows this name. I'm like, who the hell is this?
All right, listen. I need live correspondence at every local area T-Mobile store right now, and I need you to record video. I need it to sound like this. This is Scooter McGee reporting live from the T-Mobile, and then give your city name, and then you'll be Scooter McGee, the correspondent on site. Scooter McGee, dog.
So I got the new SIM, but I have to call them to finish activating it because of what it shows on my account. Look, I'll send you the picture, Sneed, so you can see it.
Can you send it to me as well, Los?
Because this is on my sole prop account. Look at what it shows, Sneed. Did you get the text?
I heard
Yeah, what's the problem with that text?
Huh?
What's the issue?
Did you see what it says? The text I just sent you.
Oh,
Alrighty,
snap. Yeah, I see that note. Yeah, I see it, Los.
Keep me posted, guys. I'm gonna head into the store here, but we'll talk soon. Keep
All
the
right,
report
Moose.
in.
Thank you.
Send it in to the Twitter for Sneed. This is a madness.
Hashtag Scooter McGee. You
This
must
is crazy.
hashtag Scooter McGee.
This is crazy,
So
dog. All right, talk to you soon.
All right, Moose.
What are we looking
This
at?
is exactly what it says.
Our security team discovered unauthorized access to some personal information on the account. See access memos for additional information.
Here, let me take a picture of it. Yep. And this is with these notes on my account. I just want you guys to see this. On my account, I had notes. Hold on, let me edit this so I can show it on the regular escape.
I got you.
Oh, shit. Oh, where the heck is this? Done.
Scooter McGee live, bro. We need correspondence on site.
Okay, so it shows this right here. Hold on, let me put it on this.
It's kind of hard to see what it says, man. Can you read what
Bro,
it says?
what if Nicki Minaj is on T-Mobile and her stuff got all
per customer, all changes must be done in store with ID. Carlos can make a change on the account. Dude, you know what pisses me off?
I have that on my account, and this still happened.
You know what pisses me off is I have those same instructions on there, and I can tell you with utmost certainty, one, I almost never get carded, and two, they 100% don't follow that because they definitely make changes over the phone.
Bro, what about Nicki Minaj? What about her account? What if it's been compromised?
Expect a leak 3.0, similar to what happened when iCloud got hacked. The fappening 3.0.
Damn. Pitbull is on T-Mobile. I thought he was with Boost Mobile, dog. Damn, EM Tech is going to be corresponding. Live,
Dude,
Scooter McGee.
I'm just so disappointed, man. Honestly, it's easy to get mad, but I'm really just disappointed. Like, that's the best feeling I can give right now.
Damn,
really disappointed.
Quinoa, T-Mobile store. Damn. LeBron James uses Wi-Fi only.
Yo, so Sneed, hot question for you. What do you think the odds are of MVNOs being impacted by this? Not
0.
Not like MVNOs, but like flanker brands like T-Mobile Prepaid, Magenta, Metro, things that are owned by T-Mobile.
I'd say there's little to no impact because most people don't even put much personal information. I mean, many people aren't even really on auto pay. So I think the impact is probably very little. I mean, there could be some, but again, I just don't think it's going to be anything dramatic or substantial.
I've never looked at the back-end T-Mobile system, but are Metro customers in the same kind of billing and stuff like that?
I think they're connected now.
That's what I thought.
No.
So that's why no, they're not. Oh, we got another super sticker in from Mark.
Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you for that super sticker, man. I don't know what type of sticker it is exactly. It doesn't show me on the screen.
It's like a game controller that says critical hit.
Yeah, critical. Yeah. Appreciate you, Mark. Thank you so much. Oh, we got greetings and salutations here. Yeah. Greetings and salutations.
Oh,
my friend.
man. I wish. Listen, Keon, I love you, man, so much. I can't wait to talk to you about this event in the Twitter spaces because I can't wait to hear what you have to say. I'm actually genuinely curious.
Oh, we can definitely do a Twitter space after this. Absolutely.
We 100% have to, man. I got to hear what you got to say. I'm generally going to be
I know what he's going to say, bro. You're going to get the apology. You're going to get the T-Mobile apologist, you know?
Whoa, what happened to Carlos?
We'll get him back in here in a second. Maybe just
Nah, Sneed, we're gonna show him exactly what happened to my account. Right here.
Hey,
greetings and salutations.
Carlos, can you tell me something real quick, man? When this was going down, like, did you get any type of notifications of like a 2-factor authentication request or anything, or did it just kind of happen?
No, it just all of a sudden my line I didn't work. I just went to go check on it because everybody was talking about it. I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna check my line real quick, and no service.
Oh man. Were you able to get your actual phone number back at least, or no?
Well, no, it was just the SIM was swapped. It wasn't ported.
Okay. Do you know what I was just thinking about? Most people typically have one cell phone and they don't have a landline. And there are a good amount of people that don't live by a T-Mobile store. Could you imagine how screwed you would be in that scenario?
Yeah, they have no presence. Where are they going to go?
That thought just hit me. I was just thinking about, thank God I have the alternative lines. And I was just having that thought for a moment because I was just coming to that realization. Dude.
Yeah, especially people in rural America that are served by like a Walmart.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that.
You're gonna have the guy or the gal at Walmart like, what are you talking about, dog?
Oh, Isaiah made up a point. What if you depend on Uber and Lyft to get around? Yeah, transport, man. Without a car is rough.
My bad, Mike. But greetings and salutations, though.
Hey, just as a heads up, by the way, if you want more of this goodness, Sneed and I and Technoid will be doing a live stream tomorrow on the Best Phone Plans channel where we'll probably be retouching on this topic with more up-to-date news. So
yeah, we'll have more information by then.
7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Best Phone Plans channel. I have 3 phones and 6 lines, and my girlfriend has 3 phones and 5 lines. Are any of them Los? Are any of them Los Mobile? That's the question, Chanel. Got to have at least one Los Mobile line in there.
3 phones and 6 lines. Dang.
I mean,
That's
I got
like
3
having 7
lines.
kids with 5 baby mamas, bro.
I mean, I got 3 lines on my main iPhone, thanks to the power of eSIM. Oh, Brandon Franco, do y'all know when is the next T-Mobile outage? Lol. I'm going to say probably Q1 of next year. That's my prediction. There'll be another big outage. There'll be some hiccup or something with the implementation of N71 and N41 carrier ag, and it will cause an outage. That's my prediction.
Bro, I'm going to demand I need a free line. No, I need 5 free lines.
Bro, I need that freaking insider discount. That's what I need.
You don't have that? I have that.
Nope.
I got it.
Dude, if they gave me the insider discount, I would drop back down to 1 line, and I'd be able to pay what I did with OnePlus. I just call it a day. But yeah, dude, the inside discount's only for new customers.
Damn.
Honestly, if T-Mobile gave me the insider discount, I'd probably stay. Just keep all my lines on them.
You cheapskate, man.
You know. Technically
all
speaking,
4 of mine are on Sprint Advantage Club.
For real?
That's what Jared Weaver is saying, dog.
Oh, got you. Carlos, you still got an old Sprint plan, right?
Yep.
Would you recommend people to switch off the Sprint plan at this point, or just stay strong because it was such good plans?
Stay strong because it's a good plan, and it has unlimited Canada and Mexico if you have the pretty recent ones.
No, it doesn't. They changed the terms on that, Carlos.
Gene, thank you, man. Thanks for that super chat, brother. Thanks for all that you do, Gene.
I don't know. My brother was in Mexico not too long ago. He went down there to Cancun to take his girlfriend, because he always does some BS like that, and he was able to use. He took the Sprint line there, and he was using it unlimited LTE.
Dude, they did the same dirty stuff they did to the T-Mobile One Plus plan and the North American Simple Choice plans, where they used to be unlimited, and then they made it 5 gigabytes.
He was blowing it up, bro. He was doing everything there. No, it wasn't capped or nothing.
Well, then they might not be enforcing it. Who knows? Maybe it's for TNX sims. I don't know. I just know that they made the change.
Maybe it is, but we have the original Sprint white sim still.
Well, I know they made the change if you go to their terms of service. So.
All right, what do you guys say we take this over to the Twitter Spaces and we just close out the live stream?
Sounds good, because I'm getting hungry, so it gives me an excuse to eat.
Let's do it. All right. Big shout out to everybody that was watching this during the live broadcast. Hashtag 2LiveCrew. If you're watching this after the fact, after the recording, the DVR, hashtag replay crew. For those of you snacking or eating dinner during this broadcast, hashtag ravioli gang, hashtag mod squad to all my blue named with the big wrenches mods. Thank you guys for all the help with that. Also, everybody that offered a super chat donation, everybody that gave this video a like rating, thank you. If you shared it, hopefully you helped some people. Thank you for doing that. So go ahead, take that opportunity, like and share. If it's your first time here, subscribe for more, turn on bell notifications so you never miss an upload. Head over to losmobileusa.com. Check out some of the rate plans they got on promotion there. They got Magenta lines, Magenta MAX, all on discount rates. Great promotions right now. And that link is in the description box for my Patreon if you want to get a discount on Los Mobile.
Just to clarify real quick, the SMT discount won't stack with the extra special promos that we're going to be running for tomorrow.
So if you miss out on the promo, the discount on the SMT Patreon support is always there for you. So that's always good to know. And my email and Twitter handle are down there. The Twitter handle is important because we're headed over there to do a Twitter space. So we'll see you guys over there. Thank you to Dennis. Thank you to Carlos. Thank you to Moose. Thank you to Tyrone. Also, thank you to Obed, who was here earlier, the Bearded Dragon Pete. And big shout out to everybody that supported us, whether through Super Chats or PayPals or Venmos or however you've been doing that. You've gone way above and beyond the expectation. Thanks for everything. We'll see you guys over there at the Twitter space. We out this piece.
Peace.
Peace.